Running in progress. Let's do it. I got the wrong music on for what's about to happen. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Um, Feels fitting. Skirmish in the deep. So, welcome back, everybody. Tal'Dorei Reborn. Let's see how the adventure progresses. Boy, you guys got up to some business last week. Um, Jesus, if you could see my calendar, this is probably the longest day anyone in any campaign has ever had as far as information goes. Okay, let's see. And that wasn't even the whole session. So, uh, let's see. All right, after defeating the spirits in the Bramblewoods, the party made their way to the Temple of the Raven to ask the body a couple of questions. A mysterious hooded figure in the temple left, to which Easton took interest, and seems to very much want the identity of, and perhaps suspects may be associated to, or indeed be, a person involved in the revenge he requires. The very next day, Ember, Easton, and Yvaine went to public records to learn about the mystery surrounding. Well, to summarize, because that was a very long day, the party went here and there gathering information. They went to the public records, and then eventually they went to the house of the Bramblewood spirit's late lover, Tamlin, to meet Lorley Stosk, who was a lovely old lady, and was dismayed to hear that the Bramblewood spirit was indeed the spirit of her, who the lover of her son, Jasmine. She was horrified to hear this and offered her help in any way she possibly could. You all went in there and you found a note and a ring from Jasmine, or from Tamlin to Jasmine, proclaiming his love to her and that he wished to marry her when he had become financially stable enough to support her. You all made your way there with the help of Lorley, and with that help, you guys held a false ceremony that seemed to quite anger the spirit, but Lorley's presence tamed her rage. And the presence of the box with the ring and the note helped her realize that she was indeed loved by Tamlin, not abandoned in the woods, and that he had died, and that her spirit was able to go on to whatever afterlife may be and be freed of whatever was transpiring, this grief that was holding her to the material plane. To the deep satisfaction on the Raven Queen's part, Easton was ahead of schedule, allowed to know the identity of the individual in the temple that day, a blood hunter of the Claret Order, an individual by the name of, oh my god, that was a long day, Adam Volsk. And he will be there in the morning, and so should Easton. Finch, for the success in the forest, was named High Paladin of Bahamut, was, through the power of Bahamut himself, granted an enchantment upon their holy amulet, and was promised a squire. So would require some time. We'll have to wait a little bit, but a squire would indeed be made available to this new High Paladin Finch. What else happened? Yvaine took honor on a little West Run field escape from the nightmares. And by the grace of the Moon Maiden, the two of them canoodled. Which is great. It's also worth noting that on the road to the Bramblewood, this now place that is cleansed of its desecration, you met a individual on the road, a Goliath, by the name of Sidon Redtreen, who challenged Ember to a magical duel, as he wished to earn the reward. He thought the best way of going about that was killing the competition, literally. To which Ember was like, "I'll deal with you later, boy," and indeed he will. So that is where we pick up today. It was a long day. I tried to summarize it, but essentially you all brought Lorley back home, freed the Bramblewood spirit of its curse. Easton gained some information. Finch gained prominence within the temple of the Bahamut, and Ember is going to now melt the bones off of Goliath, hopefully. So, Ember, would you be so kind as to roll initiative?
18.
Well, you don't really need a initiative. It's just two guys. You definitely win the initiative. And fitting to the narration, this guy's like, "No, I'm gonna. You give you one chance to bend the knee and leave Western forever." And you're like, "Fuck you," and just and begin to manipulate the flames around you immediately. What do you do, Ember?
Action. I will take the flame in front of me and spread it 5 feet back towards him.
Okay. He is not quite right in front of that.
That's okay.
That's okay though. All right, deal. So this box just like ignites into flames as the flames skip over the. Oh, it's being a bit of a tosa. Come on, don't do this to me. Oh, it's gonna do it to me. This box just explodes, is what we'll say, and yeah, the flame leaps back towards him. And he goes, "Oh, that's right, you're the fire one, ain't you?" What do you do next?
Bonus action. I'm going to give Red an action.
Okay.
Red is going to move to the pile of fire that's kind of catty corner to him and the pot.
Okay. Where, like right there?
It doesn't have to be right next to him. I'm going to use a 15-foot cone, so.
God, you want to put him like there then?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And that'll be a 15-foot cone of ash.
All right. All this ash is kicked up. He needs to make a save, I believe.
Yep. Dex save. It's using my DC, so that'll be a DC 16 save.
He absolutely fails with a 12. This ash burns off from the side across his face. He goes, "Oh, my eyes!" I believe it blinds him, yes?
Yes, he is blind.
All right.
And then I'm going to move.
All right, where are you
not
going?
standing where he thinks I am is an awfully good idea.
Fair enough. Where are you off to?
I'm going to move straight at him 25 feet and take a 5-foot step to the left.
So we'll call that 25 there.
Okay.
A step to the left, like right in front of him?
Actually,
or to the other way?
No, that's fine. I just want to be off of his straight front line.
Understood. Okay. Yeah, you run over, you get out of the way, you advance, but you get over. No problem. I'm gonna take this bridge out so we can see just a little better. Okay, cool. All right. If that is all.
That's all of the turn economy.
He goes, you bastard. Oh man, I forgot to use that. Oh well. He goes, and he is going to, while trying to rub the shit out of his eyes, he's gonna take some blind, Eldritch Blast shots at you. So these will be at disadvantage. Nope, that does not hit. Don't even need to talk about that. Oh, you avoid a nat 20, so well played, sir. Well played on your behalf. But I think he's gonna hit with a 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, literal blind luck. One of the bolts manages to catch you. Where are you, my D10 friends? You are going to take 9 points of force damage.
Okay. Would you like to make a DC 16 dex save, please?
I would love nothing more. Yeah, I gotta open this guy up just so I'm remembering how all this genie shit works. Oh, that's a good point. You also take another 3 bludgeoning damage on top of it.
Okay.
Because he is, yeah. What save am I making? Sorry.
Dex 16.
Dex 16. Let's take a look. He is blind. Is he still blind?
Yeah, he's blind
Yeah.
until Red's next turn.
All right, so he is at disadvantage. And this was a natural 1.
And that will be a grand total of 13 fire damage from Hellish Rebuke.
Hellish Rebuke. He takes this 13 fire damage with a very unhappy frown on his face. I'll get you for that. I didn't take Hellish Rebuke because I'm all about rock. What do you do? He just stays put.
Oh, let's see here. I'm going to send Red, since Red can fly, behind him.
Okay. Without issue.
Then, action. Actually, well, bonus action. I'm going to summon the Flame Blade.
All right. Flame blade draws to your hand. You like put your hand in the fire next to you and pull forth a blade.
And I'll step into base and take swing.
Hey, all right. You gonna get that flank?
That was why I sent Red over there.
Hell yeah, go for it.
Yeah, but I sucked at the roll to hit.
Oh no.
Yeah. Only AC 11.
He's a little bit more than 11, I'm afraid to say.
I figured that would be the case. That's bonus action, move action. That's it for me.
Got it. Man, it's too bad he can't see you. He like does he rubs the soot out of his eyes at this point.
Yep.
Yep. So he can see and he goes, oh, that wasn't very nice. And he is going to say an incantation. He is going to hex you. You are going to have disadvantage on. He's going to give it to strength. Why not? And he is going to. It's like, oh shit! You're right melee with me. I don't like that. He is going to. What is he going to do? He'll take some more Eldritch Blasts at disadvantage. He's it's what he does. You're not supposed to be this close to me. That's going to be a 9 for the first one. And even less for the second. He takes 2 point-blank blasts at you, and just a slight duck makes them go firing over your shoulder. He goes, come on, hit me. Come on, you can do it.
Well, I'm going to start by having Red punch him in the back of the head. Because,
all right.
You're not paying any attention.
Yep, fair enough. Just open hand, like, slaps him across the back of his bald head. Makes like an echoing sound.
AC 22?
I think that'll hit.
For 4 points of magic damage.
4 points of magic damage. He will take it. His hex remains.
Okay, well, and now I'm going to hit him.
All right, go for it.
And that'll be a crit. 28.
Oh, go for it. Yeah, take that. Give him some damage. He deserves it.
Let's see. That's 12 plus 18 is 30 points of fire.
Damn, boy. Yeah, he is bloodied. I'm gonna roll a little save, see if his hex remains. His hex does indeed remain. As you do
You can
this,
quit now and go.
uh, make me an intimidation check.
24.
24. Uh, you see, like, his ferocity definitely fades from his eyes, and he goes, "Oh, you, it's, it's not fair. Your patron gave you more power than my patron. So the, oh, fine, fine. Uh, yeah. I'll, you're lucky. I'll let you walk away, and you can stay in Westford, and I'll walk away, and we don't ever have to see each other again. How about that?"
I'll be happy to never see you again, too.
Right. Yeah, you got off lucky, for sure. He
I
like
feel
very,
fortunate.
and he very like,
You might want to get some aloe for that burn.
yeah, it hurts a
Otherwise,
little.
it's going to scar.
And he sort of like very like cautiously like scoots around you for all his like bravado. He's like around you, and then he sort of like sort of like really pathetically like runs down and away from you. He did not like that at all. And you have definitely defeated your foe. He he is very bloodied as he
Come on,
runs
Red.
away.
Let's go.
Red goes, and we'll just follow along. We'll just sort of thing after you. Incredible. Ember proven himself the best genie warlock in town. Incredible. It's been a long day. You heading home or to the inn,
Yeah,
I should say.
I, I,
All right.
I need a rest.
Fantastic, fantastic. With that, everyone can head back to the inn. It's been a long day. All of you have accomplished much. It spoke about much more without a doubt. Or have much to speak about without a doubt. Incredible. So anyone who's staying in the inn tonight, that is a 8 silver piece. But yeah, you all, or most of you, end up congregating back within, except for those of you who seem to have taken to the hills for your respite. Incredible. Which I think only person who's sleeping here tonight, I believe, is Zarvolk. Yeah, you're out in the fields. I think it's just Ember at this point. Yvaine's in the fields with honor. Easton's sleeping at your
Shop.
place at the shop. Yeah, Shroud's at the temple. Zarvolk's in the field. Jules at home. So yeah, Ember, you just kind of come home, or come to the tavern, to where Ulf is like, excuse me, Mr. Ember, if you don't mind my inquiring.
By all means.
Well, first and foremost, I just wanted to. I heard the rumor around town that you and yours have dealt with the Bramblewood spirit. I wanted to pass along my personal appreciation and offer you and all your friends free meals for the week. Yeah,
Oh, that would be lovely. Thank you.
absolutely. And I also want to say if there was any reason why the accommodations here at the Sunkissed Tavern are not up to par, I'd be more than happy to hear any complaints you might have and do what I can to help, as I noticed that the some of your friends are no longer here.
And I will lean in close.
All right, he leans in as well across it.
It's not the accommodations here. It's that once you are a distance outside of Western, the plague of nightmare ceases to hold sway.
Oh. And he kind of like looks around, make sure nobody heard, and he kind of understands the lean in. He goes, "You have my greatest appreciations, Mr. Ember, for your discretion. I do want to run It feels a little off not telling people, but I do have a business to run, so I do appreciate your discretion, sir.
I understand entirely. I'm was formerly in a very similar line of work.
Will you now?
Yes.
So you keep an inns or shop of your own of some kind?
Uh, my mother and father ran an inn, and as she got older, she passed that responsibility on to me, and I'm afraid to say that uh, my trusting nature did not do the business well.
Ah, well, I'm so very sorry to hear that. It can be difficult running an establishment, Mr. Ember. I of course don't mean to impose myself, but if you're ever, it'd be the least I could do to tell you a little bit about how I've kept my business afloat. We could share stories and such sometime if that was
Oh,
to your preference.
that would be lovely. I will eventually end up back there and hopefully be a wiser man for my sojourn elsewhere.
That's
So
fair
I
enough,
would be
sir.
happy to take on any wisdom you care to share.
I'd be more than happy to pass along. I'll admit, I'm a half orc, and I'm getting older in my years, and that's what they say, don't they? It'd be a shame to not pass on what you know before your time came. So, by all means, if ever you want to have a chat, I'm always around.
I appreciate it. Thank you very kindly. It's
All
been kind
right.
of a long day. I'm going to retire.
Have a lovely evening. And he goes back to just sort of like cleaning, uh, cleaning tankards and such, and leaves you on your merry way. Um, Incredible. And you head upstairs, get into bed, go to sleep. All of you will go to bed. All of you will go to sleep. Um, Finch, you have a great sleep. Your 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 soul feels cleansed. You've done good deeds. You've protected not only the people of Westrin, but also this veritable monster. You've protected them as well. You've heard the words of your god in your ear. You're feeling good, and you have a great sleep. And your dreams are of sunshine and rainbows. You couldn't be happier. Very restful, good sleep. Um, Zarvolg, you sleep out in nature to the symphony of nature. The crickets out in the fields. You feel good. You have a great sleep. Yvaine, I'm sure you have a great sleep with a little tiefling nestled in your arms. Um, and Jewel, Ember, and Easton. I'm afraid to say that's the defeat. Oh,
I sleep in the ring. That's why I can sleep
that's
in
right.
town.
That's right. That's why you sleep in town. Yeah. So that's right. You pop into your jewel. Um, that's right. You pop into your jewel. Actually, give me half a moment. That reminds me of some. Well, doesn't remind me, but it gives me an idea. Is all. Let's see. Let's see. You, Ember, appear within your little sanctum. And there within, you see a very strange jug with many corks all around in the side of it and in the top, with a little note beside it. It says, "Congratulations on first of many victories in this trial." And it's just signed with a little E.
Oh, fantastic.
And there's this very strange jug in front of you, my friend. You shake it and you can hear the sound of like woof, the sloshing of liquid.
No, the girl. We'll wiggle one of the corks loose and take a sniff.
Okay, you whittle one loose. Roll me a d10.
10.
You pop it open, you smell, and it smells like a delightful red wine.
Well, I'm gonna pour a glass then. This
You
is
pour a
exactly what you
glass
need
out.
before bed.
Exactly. There you go. You pour yourself a nice little red. It's delightfully dry with like hints of, uh, you know, like very, very, very faint hints of like cherry, we'll say, like cherry and like cranberry. And there's also like a slight like little woody flavor in there. It's a very delightful wine. It's a little dry, but not too dry, and it's nice. It's a nice little glass of wine.
Fantastic.
There you go. And if you continue to just pour more corks and smell and examine, you'll pull corks and there'll be oil and vinegar and beer and honey, and you'll realize that you're in possession of a very strange and magical jug. And after a little inspection, you'll learn how it works. It's very simple to use, and you may add an alchemy jug to your inventory.
Awesome.
Incredible, incredible. So with that correction, Easton and Jewel, you two do not sleep very well. Ember does, but you two do not sleep well either. Easton, your dreams tonight are of the hooded figure who came and went from the Temple of the Raven. You dream of standing at the temple and you put your hand on his shoulder, and he turns around and you can't see his face underneath the hood. Only the wide grin of the man you once knew who you've been hunting, and glowing yellow eyes under the shade of the hood. And he pulls a revolver, or he pulls a pistol out, puts it to your head, and it's the last thing you hear as you wake up in a start covered in cold sweat.
I'll probably stay up because I got a little morning date. I gotta make sure I'm there for.
But yeah, you're like, well, now I'm wound up. I'm like, now I'm ready. That's kind of what I needed. A little motivation. Jewel, you'll dream of the voice of your father saying, "Come on, Jewel, help me out. Help me here. I'm going. I just need a little bit. Just a little bit." And you hear the sound of ding, 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 of coin. And you look down, you see coin flowing and falling out of your pockets and disappearing into the floor. And you look up at your father, and his eyes have turned yellow. And he says, "That's my girl." And you wake up, and you realize you're not actually that poor. You're okay. With that, everyone wakes up that morning. Indeed, why don't we stick with Easton this morning? Easton, you beeline it for that dark sanctum where you have all found yourselves these last couple days here and there. This temple of the Raven Queen.
I might even see the sun just rise, like that early morning getting on the bus or train sort of vibe. Like very early. Like sleep has not really, it's never been a priority, but it's definitely lowered even more, which I'm sure is doing wonders.
Well, I'll tell you what, make me a con save to see how well you sleep that night if you feel like Easton would be really struggling with that.
Yeah, I think he would actually. Yeah. That is a 17 first. I don't know why it gave me two of them, but the first one.
Yeah, you struggle and wrestle with sleep. And you wake up definitely with that dark circles under your eyes, like, it's like when you wake up and you're like, you feel like shit, but you're like, okay, but I could still function, You're like, you've hit the minimum amount of sleep, and you're like, okay, I'll be able to function today. Like, not as much sleep as I'd like, but it's enough to go on. So you will get your long rest. You will get the long rest in. But it's not a pleasant rising that morning. And indeed, the sun is only barely cresting over the horizon. You put on your cloak, rifle on the back, and you head, as you do have a little date, as you've called it this morning. The streets are empty in Westron as you make your way to the Temple of the Raven. As the door flies open, you do see prostrate, kneeled before the altar of the Raven Queen. You do see the same cloak and the same now crusted metal boot, or muddy boots, excuse me. What do you do?
I want to make a just like look him over. It'd be like a quick perception check, just seeing like how long has he been here for? You know, is it like prepared or did he just get here? Did I?
Oh, you want to see if he's like expecting you?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like if he's been expecting me.
Make me an insight check.
Do, 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 do. Inside, oh, that is an 11.
11. Let me see here. Yeah, he's kneeled before the altar and it's a genuine prayer, but he's not on both knees. He's got one knee to the ground, one knee up. And you can't see his hands; they're a little lower. You would think like if I was pretending to pray, or if I was pretending to pray in preparation, I'd I'd be probably in a similar position. He got one knee down so he can like launch into a
Okay.
movement if he needs to. He's got his hand near his belt where his pistol probably is, or he doesn't necessarily have a pistol. Well, he's a what am I? I don't know what I'm talking about. But if you need to get a blade or a weapon off of his hilt,
His weapon, yeah.
his hands are close, so he looks prepared for danger, but he also looks like he's in genuine prayer at the same time.
Okay. I would approach carefully, and just stay towards the back, like kind of one of those like slow approaches, you know, don't want to make myself feel seen. But I'm
Okay.
anticipating there, you know. So I'm not trying
Are
to
you?
hide.
You're not trying to hide. Okay, it's just like you're not making a big show, but as you walk down the way in the Temple of the Raven, there is that sort of because it is a quiet temple. It's deathly quiet in here. So as you walk in, it can't be heard the of your heel hitting the floor as you approach. As you do so, the figure rises slowly, not with any sudden movement, but rises slowly. And you hear, I heard you would be coming. I was told that my name was given to you. He turns around. Again, this robed figure, there's not much you can make out other than his lower face, perhaps to your maybe dissatisfaction. He has like a bit of a 5 o'clock shadow, and it's sort of like it's like a hazily brown hair, which is not the hair color of your quarry. But perhaps to your dissatisfaction, it's not the fellow you hoped it may be.
If I'm honest, for a long while, it felt like you were my target. But after a conversation with the temple in its own way, I feel you might be yet another step towards my target.
I do not know who your target is, sir. I do not even know who you are. But I can
My
see
name's
by your... Go ahead.
Easton. I purposely like kind of like the interjection was just to like I'm like
Yeah.
really focused.
Yeah, no problem. Intentional introduction. Good. This is Easton. I have not heard your name before. I would ask you if you come looking for monsters that needs killing, but it seems you're well equipped for that sort of thing. So what is it that I could do for you?
Well, I and like I've seen his scars, so we have the same scars where, you know,
Yeah, you've seen the scars.
I besides the ones I met in the woods, I'm still very new to our line of work. And I like reveal my fresh scars that I have from our last fight.
Got it. He says, you are blood hunters then. Are you... Why don't you tell me what it is you're doing here? Because something tells me you are not with the Claret Order.
I shake my head and I can't say that I am. It's all very new. Presently, I am with a group of others. We're trying to fix the situation here in West Run, specifically with the nightmares. Um, Recently, those in the temple told me that they believe there is a threat unlike anything they've seen lurking beneath West Run. And, well, if I can become better at finding my own target, then I can be better at helping with this situation.
I see. Well, I am here hunting a creature in my own right. So your quarry is the creator of these dreams. You think... Why did you think it was me?
Well, as I said, the moment I saw you, it's just, well, when you've become obsessed with something, as I currently am, you see it everywhere. You see the same face. And as I said, for a moment, when I first saw you, I thought you carried this face. But I learned now that you don't, but you do carry potentially knowledge that if I'm able to, I'd very much appreciate perhaps learning more. And I look around the temple, um, of all of this, everything. I I, I used the abilities and felt, well, didn't feel wrong. And so
You use the blood rights, and it feels right to you.
at the time it did, yes.
There is something haunting in that, I admit. There's not many of us that enjoys our work. You wish to know of things. You come to learn. This is, I suppose, our way. I'd like to know about you, though. From which order do you hail? If you are not Claret Order, who made you? Who performed the rite on you?
I Part of me believes I'm still pra- practicing my first rite, surviving still. You see, my journey into Westron was, well, as everything has been in my life, it was a challenge, one of survival, as you said, haunting, but just a very familiar one. And those I met in the woods, they said I'd change. The more I've stuck to the hunt, the more I followed it, I would change. They uh they told me more would be revealed as I welcomed it. So well, I believe this is me welcoming it. It
We are, have you met many other blood hunters? Well, I suppose if you've been, the hunter's bane has been performed on you, that question answers itself. I suppose, my only, well, even amongst blood hunters, we carry unusual paths. And you've come to learn. So, make me a persuasion check. See if he's willing to disclose information.
Oh boy, my favorite Jack. Ooh. That's a 7.
I'll give you advantage. You are indeed a You are indeed a blood hunter.
That is a 12.
12. He says, what is it that you want to know?
I'm not a fan of answering in broad strokes, but everything. As I said, it's like, well, take my rifle. It's and I like hold it out.
The door
What is
suddenly closes
oh
behind you. He says, there, we are not in broad daylight anymore. So ask.
I when I was given this rifle, many who would hold it would they'd fall to it. There's a power to it that not many welcome. Some fear it, some admire it. For me, it just well felt right. It guided me, it focused me. And when I used the blood rights, I felt a similar feeling. As if this is what I'll be able to use to well to end the haunting.
You want to end the haunting.
Or become it.
Become the haunting. Now they're talking. I was guided here myself by darker forces. I am of strong belief, I do not know which, but I am of strong belief that there is a fiendish element to all of this. There is monsters in the dark corners of Vestron, and I am here to kill them. That is what we do.
And allow me to help.
Very well. Strength in numbers. I admit I prefer to travel without the company of my other blood hunters. You see, when we begin to group up, may this be your first lesson about the Claret Order, is the reason why we do not speak often and our communication falters is because we do not travel in groups. You see, people get uncomfortable when blood hunters come around. They get even more uncomfortable when we come around in numbers. So, I think it may be best if we travel separate, but we meet and congregate information at the end of the day.
I can agree to that.
Very well. Tell me what you know. Tell me of your journeys here in Vestron already. And we can, if it saves you time, because you can regale him the tale of your current quest if you wish to. And it might be faster to just say, you tell him that, but you can let me know if there's anything you'd like to hold back. Is there anything you'd like to hold reluctant, or do you just sort of open book?
No, I'm pretty open book. The Claret Order has provided, I don't need to give personal details. I'm on an important mission. I say that. I don't really get into like the specifics of why I'm so focused on it. I tell them everything the party and I've experienced with them, everything with the Banshee, what we know, and then of course the last information the temple told me.
Yeah, so you tell him all the information of the quest regarding the Bramblewood spirit, is what I'm going to assume. Yeah, just that quest alone. Okay, sure. Understood. And he listens, and with that openness, he listens, and you suspect it goes away, so he goes, you are serving quite well. I dare say that you seem to be adept as a ghost slayer. Or is that not where you hail from? You've spoken of your friends to the north.
I am from Whitestone.
From Whitestone, yes.
As a rifleman, I did simple tasks. This is my first time.
I do not care about your rifle. I care about, and he sort of points to the scars on his own arm. I care about the hunter's bane. You seem to know very little for someone who has undertaken it. I'm happy to educate, but I would like to know who performed it on you.
Well, inside in my journey with the Bramblewood, as I said, there's a familiar threat from my past. For lack of a better word, a monster. I saw it once in my earlier years, and on my journey in, I ran into it again. It nearly took my life, and in my survival, I met a group. At the time, I didn't know what they were, who they were, what they wanted with me, but I had proven myself, and they had welcomed me. And in seeing my hunt, as it were, and seeing myself capable, they performed a rite on me. And perhaps I haven't survived the next task yet enough to see them once more. I've but yeah, that's why I'm looking for answers. And well, hoping to find them here.
I can tell you much. I have the Claret Order is always looking for new members, but I admit what you describe is very different than what my people are used to doing. It is besides the point. Let's see here. We shall come to that later, and perhaps I might tell you more of the Claret Order. But for now, you hunt the monster, and I will tell you this, as far as I know, I am the only member of the Claret Order in Western right now, as I have come through the temple, and we always like to keep on the move. There might be more on the way, but for now, let's just assume it is me and you, blood hunters, here in the city. And though they may not be loved for it, it is our task to defeat that monster. That is why we have our power. It is why we do these dark things. Accept these gifts, these curses, so that we can use it against evil. And that is the only justification for our souls for doing such things. In the grace of the Braving Queen.
I just like nod listening. I'm in agreement. I'm ready to go, you know?
Mm-hmm. He says, very well. Well, for now, you may go and find your friends and continue your hunt, and I shall continue my hunt. You have given me much information to go on. And we will compare notes at the end of the day if it is required. But when the time comes to face this fiend, and you've proven yourself trustworthy, and you already have to a degree, I would like to be there and help you hunt the creature.
I'll find you. As they told me, your name is Adam.
That's
Adam
right.
Volks.
That's right.
I offer, like, I hesitate for a second, but I offer a handshake. More like the rifle core side coming out of me.
Yeah, he'll keep an eye on you, but his hand is produced from inside the cloak and he shakes your hand. And then he just kind of gives you a nod and sort of wanders around you and out the door. And with a wave of a hand, the doors swing open.
I'll follow, like, not exactly after, but a little after.
Understood. Yeah, but he just sort of disappears into the streets once more. Okay. You have met Adam Vost. Okay. Where are you headed next?
Probably the tavern to meet the others.
Okay. Yep, for some morning breakfast and see everybody. All right, and everybody's gonna meet up there too. Yeah, you all wake up. Oh yeah, Jewel? You did?
Before I head to the tavern, I want to find my little street rat and see if he's learned anything about those Tiefling brothers.
Yeah, sure. You go find your little street rat. He goes, yeah, I've seen them. Maybe you've been off doing stuff. They didn't come to the stall. I think it was yesterday. They weren't at their booth yesterday. They didn't even open the booth yesterday.
I wonder why. Are they there today?
Yeah, they're here today.
Okay.
Back to doing their stuff. They hired guards. I saw them guards show up and they gave them some money and then they took a chest away.
I see.
I think it had all their money in it.
Okay. Are you hungry?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get you a sweet bun and an apple.
Okay.
Okay.
And he'll go wander after you. He goes, yeah, I'm kind of they don't let a lot of like kids like myself, around here in the Opal Ward, but it's a good thing you found me because I know everything that happens in this city.
I know, this is why I came to you.
Right. So it'd be in your best financial interest to keep employing me,
Of course. How about I give you this silver and you choose what you want to eat?
Whoa, whole silver.
Mhm.
All right. Thanks, cat lady.
Jewel.
What's your name?
Jewel.
Jewel? Thanks, Jewel. All right.
What's his name, by the way? What's your name?
They call me Mick.
Mick.
That's right.
Nice to meet you, Mick.
Yeah, no worries. I'll keep an eye on them for you. There's something about them I don't like them.
Yes, they do seem a little bit suspicious, do they not?
They make more money than me, and I don't like anybody who makes more money than me, which is a lot of people. So I don't like anybody. I like you though because you pay me.
Of course. You
Okay.
and I will be back.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
And he wanders off. And he's got he's a little human kid, and he's got like patchwork pants. He's got no shoes. He's a little urchin.
I'm gonna go and see if I can get a pair of shoes made for that kid.
All right, yeah, you go find a cobbler, and for depending on how nice shoes you want, well, you probably don't want to make them too nice, or he might get them taken from him. For like a silver, you can have a pair of maybe even less if you wanted. You could have shoes made for him.
1 silver's fine. Let's make him a pair of shoes and Jewel will bring them over to him.
All right, cool. Yeah, you have someone bring them over to him, and I'm sure Mick will be very happy to receive shoes.
Yeah, especially when it's getting cold.
Yeah, you're right. It is getting cold. The stone floor under his feet is starting to look a little. It's starting to feel a little cold, even for you on the bottom of your pads of your feet. All right.
Jewel will go to the tavern.
Awesome. Yeah, silver is absolutely the right thing. I guessed correctly. Okay, cool. So yeah, with that, everybody begins to show up. Easton and Jewel, everybody trickling in at their own times. Yvaine, you wake up in the field with Honor. And you guys kind of ride back. And she's a little more comfy, I'd say, especially. She's just kind of like, so, when will I be, I was doing all that research for all of you. You could have, maybe not when I'm in the middle of the night. I'm a little groggy at night. But if you wanted to come by, I'll put some things together. I mean, it's a lot. It's a very wide variety of, creatures, but I've figured some.
If I wasn't riding a horse right now, I'd kiss you. Thank you. I can't believe you got to it so quickly. Thank you so much. You have to work and there's no pressure, but I know that everyone would love to see you and we always meet for breakfast. So if you're able to, and you would like to, I know that everyone would love if you'd have breakfast with us, and we can stop by your home and drop something off if we need to, or I could drop you off and just go to breakfast, you know, because you had, of course, work and stuff, or you can come with, which whatever, you know, whatever you like.
Uh, I'm trying to look at the day here. She might not, see if she has the day off. So we're not in Festrin anymore. We are officially in Quinn Pilar, or we've been in
This
Quinn Pilar
should
for a
be
little
the
while.
second. Today
Yeah.
should be the second of Quinn Pilar.
Yesterday was my 30th, which I thought so 30. So yes, it is the second. She goes, well, that's really kind. I sure, I'd love to. I mean, I'm working today, but maybe like on the weekend. Well, Yvaine, I'll tell you what. It's a little ways away, but did you want to go to like? I'm sorry, this is really off topic, but did you want to go to the Hazel Festival together in like a week?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And she gives you like from behind because she's like riding behind you, gives you a little kiss on the cheek.
So, all right. So that means I have to handle this thing with the nightmares before the Hazel Festival because I'm not going to push your boundaries, and you told me that I needed to handle the nightmare thing before we actually went on a date. And last night was not a date. Last night was sleeping. Did you sleep? Did you have nightmares? Please tell me you slept well.
I slept really well, Yvaine, yeah.
Yeah, me too. All right, so not as exciting, but we should tell Balthazar. He looked like shit the last time I saw him. I don't mean to be ugly, but he looked like
Yeah.
he needed a night's rest.
Yvaine, Balthazar. Yeah, you're right. He's going through a very hard time, and the nightmares haven't helped. It's his story to tell. It's his business, but let me simply say that there's a reason why he's such a grim fellow. Something really bad happened to him a couple years ago, and the nightmares haven't helped. So he's kind of, I don't want to use the word relapsing because he's not doing drugs or anything like that, but he's sort of coming back around, if that makes sense. So yeah, he's having a hard time. I'll pass it along if I see him. If you do.
Yeah, and I have to write the story about the murder. Oh my god, I have to tell you all about Jasmine. She's at peace. It was amazing. We didn't have to kill anyone. It was great. It was like total closure. It was a true happy ending. It was glorious. I'm going to tell you all about it. And I owe the story to Balthazar anyway, but yeah, if you see him, you should definitely let him know that if he gets out of the city, he can sleep without nightmares.
Well, you know what, Yvaine? Well, you know what then? You should go see him then. I mean, I've got work today, but if you have a moment, you should go find him. And he's a bard. He loves stories, and he could appreciate ones that wrap up quite nicely. I'm sure that would cheer him up.
You're right. You're right. Of course, it's exactly what I'll do.
Okay. He's a good fellow, and he's pretty skilled with the bardic magic too. So if I'm busy, he could probably help you out too.
That would be amazing. Something to get his mind off of it.
Absolutely.
All right, so I assume that I ended up taking her to her house because she suggested that she needed to work.
Yeah, you drop her off at home, and she like gets off the horse, and she says, "Well, you know what? Why don't you just wait right here, and I'll go. Just wait right here." And she sort of runs inside, and you hear like, and she comes back outside. Has like, it basically like binded together by a couple loose strings. She has like a couple pages of parchment sort of bound together, and she gives them to you, and she says, I mean, you're on the clock and all, and you don't need to wait for me to read through what I found. So there you go.
But if I have any questions, I could stop by.
Of course, you can stop by anytime, Yvaine. I admit, I hope last night wasn't like just for fun, you know?
In all honesty, I will swear to whatever god you would have me swear. I was really just worried about you. See, in
Oh.
Terra, the rift workers, anyone who deals with moving rock, they have to take really good care of themselves because of all of the energy involved. It's so difficult. And it's what you do, and so much rides on it. It's so important. So I swear, all right, it's not that I didn't want to kiss you, it's that I really wanted you to sleep well. And then, right, but I didn't mean to take advantage, although I'm not sorry I did exactly. God, why am I like this?
Okay, Yvaine, you need to go do your hero work before I turn into like a red tiefling.
I'm going. I'll see you later.
She like takes your hand, like if you have your hand like on your leg or something, and she'll just like kiss your hand. Just like wave goodbye and very much do the like hee, and she like runs inside. She like jumps on a pillow and like kicks her like behind her and like calls her friends. Just ogles about how great last night was. But yeah, she leaves. She just leaves you with that, and you got yourself a little note. You can add that to your inventory. You could say like owner's list of nightmare creatures. Oh yeah, she rolled really good on that. Sweet. So yeah, that's quality work. She didn't there's like even just like at a cursory glance, there's like name of a creature, description of the creature, like annotations. She even did like citation reference and everything. She went all out. And you also see you know what? Yeah. She also saw that she tried to draw some of them, but they're like really silly, like not quite stick figure, but they're like almost like cute, but they're supposed to be horrible monsters. They're like these like cute little like
Like little
drawings.
chibis.
Yeah, exactly. She drew like little chibis, exactly. She drew um incredible. And with that, you make it back to the tavern. All of you make it back to the tavern. You all find yourself in the Sunkissed Tavern, to which you find like you all sit down and Ulf immediately well, not Ulf, but his barmaids or whatever bar people just show up and just put food in front of you, and they'll reiterate what was already told to Ember and be like, "Oh, it's on the house. The owner Ulf heard about your heroics in the Bramblewood, and we wanted to offer you free food or one free meal a day the rest of the week."
Oh,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, you see, it's like a banana and a piece of toast. No, I'm kidding. No, it's like a hearty stew. It's like a good stew with like some
What are we
bread.
having today, Ryan?
Okay, let's find out what we're having today, guys.
There's nothing wrong with a continental breakfast.
Yeah,
Which is
no,
essentially, a muffin and a piece of fruit.
Yeah, but this allows him to go through the book and find something cool.
I love that book. I've got to get that book.
I love it too.
I assume this includes the group MVP, Fen.
Oh, absolutely. A bone arrives on a plate with like some meat still on it, like a good hearty turkey leg or something like that. This morning, you guys are being served a little dish that is called ved bread, and they look like this.
Oh, they're like a cinnamon bun.
Yeah, like cinnamon buns. And what's in them as you eat them, the filling is it's sort of like a cheesy mushroom situation with like all kinds of little spices in there, salts, peppers, thyme. It's really good.
They're like
and then it's like
pinwheels. Oh.
Yeah, it's like a nice warm doughy like morning pastry.
Cheesy mushroom situation.
Yes, exactly. My descriptions of things, situation. But anyway, yeah, you guys are served some food. You guys are good for food for the day, and hell yeah. Incredible. What do you do? What do you talk about?
Some of you look really well rested. I hope this doesn't paint a bad picture of me, but I am quite jealous, as I have that warm feeling in my calves that keeps following the rest of my body. And
Easton, why did you sleep in town? Why didn't you leave?
I had an important meeting in the morning.
You're some kind of hunter, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, wake up a little. You're
I
capable of leaving town. You knew the answer. Don't have nightmares. Leave town. Sleep. Come back. That's what I did.
I hope this doesn't seem like I'm covering my tracks, because it's not, but I have been
You see some laborer who's like eating his own ven bread in the corner. He's like, "What was that? What you say something about nightmares in leaving town?" So, not to interrupt. Did you say if I leave town there will be any nightmares?
You didn't mind your own business, or you're about to have a nightmare.
No intimidation check required. He goes back to his food and doesn't say a fucking word.
Damn.
Good.
Well done.
Fuck me, Zarvog, take inspiration. That was
Well done, Zar. Well done.
That was so perfectly timed.
That was
yeah.
great.
God damn. That guy never talked out of turn again in his life.
He actually became a mute.
Yeah, that guy decided to just give up talking altogether.
Such is the power of Zarvolg the Grim. That's
Yeah.
going to be
He's like-
written in a bard's tale somewhere.
Oh, I'll add it to the song.
He's like, I'm
Yes.
still sleeping. I'm still sleeping. Well, as I was saying, it ended up being a foolish errand, but part of me believed if I finished the nightmare through, I'd get another answer. I didn't, but I did have some important information given to me by the Temple of the Raven Queen. If it's not too early to get into things.
Absolutely not. I've got information myself. Quite a bit of it.
Just after we had returned from the Bramblewood, they had told me that Bramblewood spirit is just another in a series of occurrences that have been happening all throughout Westrun that they believe is all connected to a similar monster that is the source of these nightmares. Now, they didn't give me many specifics after that because I don't believe they have them, but it's if there's one singular source to all this, I believe we should put our best efforts towards figuring out just exactly what it is.
That is very interesting because I had a discussion with Alaf, who is the high priestess of Melora, she's not. They don't really do the whole high priest, but yeah, she's like the ranking one. She's like the grand shit, right? So anyway, we sort of worked through it and came out to a very similar conclusion. And I put together a sort of a plan we could bounce around and hone as far as a way to spend our day, based on that exact same thing. So yeah, that what you said. Anyone else do anything interesting last night?
I will give the Cliff Notes version of what happened at the temple. I will make sure everyone is aware that they know that everything's been taken care of, and I will include the story of my knightliness and title change in a very modest way.
Congratulations.
Indeed.
Here.
Hey, Ember, when all this is over, can we have a party? Like,
Right?
I know we've got shit to do right now, but like, maybe around the Harvest Festival, maybe like right before it or something.
Mm-hmm.
We should
Like,
celebrate. Yeah.
yeah, we totally have to celebrate that. That's a big fucking deal, you know? But actually, never mind, Ember, you can't cook. We're going to have to find somewhere else to do it because we're going to win this thing too. So we're going to be celebrating the both of you.
That's right.
Oh, speaking of that, I ran into the little halfling again that I told you I found at the temple.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Or the wizard tower.
Wizard Tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a crusty little fellow.
He said he was a sailor. Aren't they known for being crusty?
I suppose so.
Did he say anything interesting?
Say anything interesting?
Yeah.
You just saw him
Yeah.
in passing?
He was he just let me know that he knew who I was, and was concerned that we might be trying to pull something over on him.
Like what?
I don't know, lead him astray from the competition or something, I suppose. Honestly, I didn't pay a whole lot of attention.
Well,
Ember, how was the? Oh, sorry.
if you see him again, you might want to let him know that the factor of Earth is aggressive and foolhardy.
Oh, the Goliath, that was an Earth guy, huh?
Yes.
All right, so what's our sea, I suppose, is our little guy, huh? Water guy.
I would presume. That leaves one unknown that's out there working.
A lot of variables.
So, what's this plan, Yvaine? What are we going to be doing?
Oh no, sir. How did it go? I mean, the city's like not ablaze, so obviously you didn't get carried away, but out with it.
He chose his battleground poorly.
That's all we get? That's all the detail we get?
Really?
He got to walk away. I got to walk away. I don't want to disparage his honor or reputation.
Was it?
Listen, I know something about honor, and I feel like that ain't it. Spill.
All right, yeah. Even when the paladin is telling you out with it, like
He didn't prepare well.
Sucker.
I've got to be honest with you. What I'm hearing is it's a shellacking.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like that's what it sounds like.
And that look in your eye, Ember, it's like you still taste the blood. I'm almost in awe of you, my friend.
He got a lick or two in, but he wasn't prepared.
Did you stuff him inside the ring? Is he in the ring?
No, I let him walk away. There was no need to end him.
That's fair. Okay.
But I don't think he'll be bothering me anytime soon again.
That's right.
So you're not going to be feeding us Goliath anytime soon.
Have you ever
Good.
eaten people before?
What was that? What's up?
I
What'd
said,
you say?
have you ever eaten people before? You said you're not going to be feeding us Goliath. I said, have you ever eaten people before?
Okay, fair.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
I mean, it's not cannibalism if you're a hobgoblin, and he's a human, or Goliath.
So that's kind of semantics,
So kind
And
of
it doesn't matter if you're a lizard man.
right?
Suddenly, I'm very full.
Actually, I think I did read somewhere that hobgoblins are known to sometimes eat their enemies.
Really? I thought that was lizard folk. I know that they like to keep fingers as snacks.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Finger food.
and Finch will immediately regret making that comment.
I know. I was like, paladin.
Ooh.
Jewel, anything interesting happened last night?
No. Just
Are you
the usual.
Did you sleep in town?
Yes.
All right, should we all just camp together, like as if we weren't in Western? Because we can do that. But
Yeah.
we're trying. We're going hunting, and we're going to know wits about us. So I just think we should all be getting good sleep if we can.
I sleep
think
just
we
fine.
should go for some sleep. Yes.
Yeah, but not all of us can bamf into extra dimensional space. The rest of us have to,
I don't think you know that. Have you shared with the group your ability to bamf in and out of dimensional spaces there?
Hasn't he done it? in
I've been
Fabulous?
in and out of the ring before.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yep, my bad. You're good. My mistake.
Stuff in there.
Yep.
So,
Maybe we don't understand the mechanics.
Yeah. Nope, my bad. Just try to keep track of the meta.
All right, are we? Did somebody say hunting? Are we going hunting?
yeah, it's going to be complicated. I'm sorry. I've had a long time to think about this. I've got a couple of options, but they all start with canvassing. I think we're going to need to go to wherever we can go to find out who the parents were and go visit the places of the children who were taken and talk to the parents. Now, I don't know if we're going to need to go to the Lord Mayor's Keep to get that information, or I don't know if that's at City Records, but I think our hunt begins there.
I will take care of
Depending-
looking for the street kids. I have contact.
Excellent. So, once we know how many children have been taken, because if it was 2 children, then maybe we all go. But if it was 10, then maybe we split into 2 groups so that we can canvass a little more effectively. And I have some ideas of good ways to do that, but it sort of all goes around finding out, having a tracker at each location and looking to see what are the similarities, getting whatever information there is, but we're going to be looking for small bits of shit in some of these places. Lord knows how many people have been in and out of. Zarval, obviously you should be in one group, and if we have to split up, I would think that maybe Easton should be in the other, since you both seem to have the ability to find and track things.
That's smart.
I
Yeah,
have
just
an addendum.
Okay.
Are we sure that, to Jules' point, we know that some children are missing, but are they of a particular layer of affluence?
we won't
Meaning,
know. And
if it was orphans and, pardon, jewel cast-offs, they would be less easily noticed.
Ember, we don't know. We don't know. That's what we need to go find out. We just know children are missing. We need to actually go find out. Was it from an orphanage in a lower class area? Was it all in the Opal ward? Once we actually know, that's one of the things I wanted to do, is to plot out on a map of the city where all of the abductions were and see if they are clustered in an area or in two areas. So like trying to put together when someone was taken and where they were taken from. But we know that the children started going missing at about the same time as the nightmares. They may or may not be connected, but since we've been tasked with both, we might as well look at both of them concurrently, because there is at least a possibility that they are connected, and missing children's pretty important. And this again may or may not be connected, but I wanted to do kind of a thought experiment, if you would humor me. I want to talk about my nightmare. I'm not going to ask anyone else to share theirs. I'm going to ask you to listen to mine, and in the broadest possible terms, consider the similarities. So think more in themes than specifics. I want to see if there's anything that runs as a theme, not in specifics, but in broader terms. So, for instance, the first part of my dream, I remember what happened in the woods. So it started in the woods. It's a memory. It was a memory. It didn't start as a dream. It started with a memory. I don't know if anyone else had that experience.
Yes.
That it started with something that had already happened. Yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. That seemed to be a hook. Pardon? I'm sorry.
I said almost always it begins with a present, ever lingering fear, at least for me.
Yeah. So it starts with a piece of reality, a memory, and then it builds on a future that's possible and terrifying, like the worst case scenario, like everything that you wouldn't want to have happen. And it's always intensely personal, like the person, not a situation, but the particular person.
Again, yes.
All right. So think about this person.
Okay, you're gonna cry.
Was there anything different about the person?
I cannot remember.
So, in my dream, the last thing that happened, it's my mum essentially banishing me from Terra. And I look up at her, and it's my dad is hovering over her protectively, and it's awful. And the last thing I remember seeing are her eyes. Here's the thing, my mom has red eyes. It's unusual because I only know other than my mum, 2 other people. I've only met 2 other people in my life who have red eyes. In the dream, my mum's eyes weren't red.
Yellow.
Yellow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Zorvog points at his own eyes. My parents' eyes were actually yellow.
That does make it more difficult for you, my friend. It's possible you are an outlier in this, though. I don't. It's. Hush.
He's got some theories.
No, I've got bits and pieces of information that may or may not be connected. Right now, it's just fucking interesting. So, the nightmares thematically are similar for everyone. What that suggests to me is that it comes from a single source. Here's where the hunting comes in, and this is where I talked to Aloth. A single source that's sentient, that has an intelligence behind it. A single source that has an intelligence behind it, that can do this, that can cause an entire town to have nightmares, is a predator. Hunting a predator. So once we know what it likes for bait, we can set a trap.
Well,
I have an idea of how to set the trap as well.
But if
But we need to know what we're
narrow it
doing
down-
before we get about it. I'm sorry, Jewel.
What if we can narrow it down? I mean, some sort of monster, yellow eyes, likes to eat or kidnap children. There has to be enough of the same thing.
Yvaine is holding a parchment up. So yeah, before we went out to talk to Jasmine, I asked Honor to do a little bit of research, and what I have is this list of creatures and perhaps spells or magical things that could cause nightmares as like a side effect or a special attack. So I haven't read it because I just got it this morning. But yeah, so I have this, and you're right. I can start narrowing it down as soon as I read or reread it. Yeah, so there. Good thinking.
Let's read it then.
If it's a predator and it's intelligent, it has to understand risk. So I have to think that the reward is significant, because particularly in Western, where legends of daring do have made a clear and obvious mark, it has to know that any widespread effect like we're currently seeing is going to draw attention, is going to draw hunters. And what Yvaine says tracks to me, but it makes me think, what is the gain? And how valuable does that gain have to be to risk life and limb at the same time? That should shorten that potential list significantly, I would think.
Agreed. So
Predators hunt to feed.
So that's a whole lot of stuff, and I think we're sort of coming into like, what does anybody else have to think about that, and how do we want to divide labor and go forth, and what does anyone else think?
Well, predators they hunt to feed. It's usually for a need. Like Ember was saying, if it's risking all of this, the need must be very great. It wouldn't just, I mean, it's possible it's terrorizing just to do so, but there has to be something it's gaining from it. I believe if we find what it's gaining, that'll help us fill out the rest. And I do think, Yvaine, you are very correct in that the underlying themes are where we find the answers. As for how to allocate our sources, I think we need to set up a hunting party.
All right. So
I have a question, and I'm going to direct this mostly to Finch.
Yes.
What is the capacity of the sanctified places in Western in comparison to its population?
Oh.
Could we choke the resource by bringing them into those places that aren't being affected?
that was exactly what I had in mind. Perfect. Once we know what kind of prey it likes, we get as much of its prey to holy ground, and we leave one or two concentrated places. That's the only place it can hunt.
Well, right now it's hunting everybody.
So I'll ask a DM question. Would I at least have awareness of the number of temples that were in the town? I would assume so. Maybe not the capacity that they could hold, but at least the number of temples and the gods that they're erected to for.
Yeah, and I would say just about everybody here. That wouldn't be terrible insider information at this point. You guys have been around enough, you would know. It's indeed divided into wards. So Westron, its southernmost, probably its southernmost ward would be the Temple Ward, which contains a couple of relevant temples. There is the, let's see here. There's the Wild Arbor, which is dedicated to Melora, the Wild Mother. There is the Platinum Dragon's Rest, which is dedicated to the Platinum Dragon. There is, what's it called? The First Bastion, that is dedicated to the Law Bearer. And lastly, there would be a temple to the Raven Queen. You know, that's the whole dedicated to the Raven Queen. Those would be the four major temples. If you went looking, you could probably find like minor idols and minor like busts or altars and places for the other gods if you like really went hunting down for them, but they're very, very minor.
Reserve.
What was that?
Cobalt Reserve.
The Cobalt Reserve.
Yes, the Cobalt Reserve.
Would have people.
The library of the Cobalt Reserve indeed is considered, it's general population considered more of like a library or repository of knowledge, but it is indeed a holy sanctified place. And then the city is filled with people after that. There's residents in every other ward surrounding it, mostly the wealthy in the Opal and everybody else in the residential. And then there's, of course, the outlying farms outside the actual walls.
Okay. And then would I be able to like, I don't want to say like, should we all, I don't want to say should we all, but since you said it's like common knowledge, like, I mean, we've been around the town enough to know like the number of people we likely have interacted with or the size of the town against like the capacity for those like holy spots. Like, would we be able to be like, yeah, if they were already like opened to accepting people, like the math, the ratio?
Oh, dude. Westrun has a population
massive,
of over
right? Yeah.
it has over 50,000 people in its
That's what I
population.
thought. Okay, that's
Okay.
what I thought. That's what I was trying to get at. Like that, like we'd be very easily able to say, like, no, the size of the temples we've seen would not be able to house, anywhere close to
Not even half, I don't think.
Okay, so then yeah.
That would be like what, more than 25,000 people. Yeah, I don't even think half would still be a rough fit.
And they can rotate it.
Yeah. But again, that's also a massive organization that you're talking about, and you guys are like a couple of adventurers, right?
And that's assuming all the temples would even be welcomed, right? Like, I don't know if the temple for the Raven Queen would be like, yeah, cool, come on in.
Well, if people would even want to go inside the temple of the Raven Queen in the threat of death, you know what I mean?
There is another possibility, but we would have to be absolutely sure and ready to go as soon as we started to do it, because we would have no way to control the time. We know a couple of barns. As soon as we're ready to set our trap, we have the bards go singing about how you can get a good night's rest. And she's Yvaine kind of makes a signal, but lowers her voice. I don't want to cause a panic, but if enough people left on that first night, it's a shot in the dark. It's maybe not a great plan, so tell, y'all you talk.
It's not a bad plan. I'm actually just thinking your idea.
I also
about...
say I just want to quickly put out there.
Go ahead.
As far as because you bring up causing a panic, Yvaine. As far as the general state of public discontent goes, is what I'm gonna say. People are it's tense out there. People are very on edge. It doesn't help that people are struggling to get sleep. People are sort of anxious or touchy or irritable because of that. And on top of that, people's children are going missing. Western's a little discontent right now. It's absolutely fair to say that. I wouldn't say a powder keg, but people are not happy.
Is Western one of those places where, near maybe the Law Father's place, there's the, missing, looking for, postings for, people who have gone missing or run away or that sort of thing?
Absolutely. I don't think it would be very hard at this point. I mean, and there's so much to keep up with, so I apologize. But I think you guys would have absolutely seen flyers around of missing people flyers, and not missing people, to be clear, missing children. Maybe missing people here and there, but no more than anywhere else. But tons of missing children. Maybe tons of flyers. Maybe 30 faces at this point. 30 children. Thereabouts at this point.
Okay.
You'd have to go out and specifically count, but it's a couple dozen at this point.
If it's a couple dozen children, then maybe we should split up into a couple of groups to canvass better.
And one thing I was thinking of as well, and I don't know if this is a viable option or not, so you can certainly shoot it down, but I'm just curious if, we know the size of the temples here. I don't think that was necessarily a bad idea, but I'm wondering if there would be a way to consecrate other locations as to fortify them in such a way to offer additional sanctuary, right? So they wouldn't be a temple, but if I consulted maybe with the clerics at the Bahamut's Rest, if we could band together in some way to perform a ritual or cleansing of a large building within the town's walls. Not saying it would house every person, but what if we
perhaps
protected
a large park?
Anything, yeah, an area, and then if we know how big the city is, but what if we were offer a way to? What about protecting just the children, right?
Make me a religion check.
This skills, religion. 14, 12.
12.
Yeah.
So you don't know the specific details, but when it comes to consecrating a space, it is a expensive and it is a long process.
Right.
It is a ritual that is performed as known as a hallowing, in which a space is indeed made hallow, and holy and sanctified and such, and would carry the qualities that you seek. This is usually this is usually like done on a place of power. So like on like the statue of the Platinum Dragon, or an altar, or something like this. A place of relevance is where it's cast upon. So it is expensive and it is a long time, but it's not impossible. It also requires a fairly, like, not just anybody can do it. Like, you couldn't do it. It requires a fairly devout and fairly powerful cleric. This is what you know. As far as, like, you could go there and ask like the keeper of the temple, but I will put this out there. You don't know a lot about it because you're more of a paladin. You're not really like cleric, you're not a cleric, and you're also not a true acolyte. Like, you're not like a live-in acolyte or anything like that.
Right.
You maybe have like heard here and there that like churches could get pretty political in a polytheistic religion.
Yeah.
People, like, you know, they're comparing the strength of their faith here and there. Like, you especially know that in Amon, between like the Stormlord and the Platinum Dragon, like the political like dick comparing, size comparison is pretty prominent. So if you think that like it's entirely possible, but you know, if the members of the Platinum Dragon go out and start sanctifying houses in the name of the Platinum Dragon, the clerics of the law bearer are going to be like, hey, what's going on?
Right.
Maybe we should do it. It sounds bad, but it might end up having a chain effect that's favorable. It might end up being like, okay, well, we're going to start doing that. And then you're like, oh, look, now everybody's hallowing. This is great. Or maybe it'll create like a political war in the city. You don't know.
Or bankrupt the temples from like the materials that are needed. Yeah, that's
But you know two things. A, churches can be political from god to god.
Okay.
B, hallow takes a long time, is expensive, and requires quite a bit of power to perform.
Got it. Okay. All right. So maybe not the best. Maybe not the best option. Okay. So that would just be spitballing.
Yep.
We might also want to keep in mind that if some people can escape the nightmares and some can't, those who can't may become increasingly desperate, and desperate times can lead to violence.
That's true. What about I wanted to say even something similar, like you said, like explaining to people if they leave the area. Is there a way we could try and arrange is there a way, Zarvog, you could do some scouting, and like is there like a large field, like a large camp? You know what I mean? Like that's pretty innocent, like outside of the town, right? Just something not as complicated. Like maybe we're over manufacturing this.
Yeah, I mean, if we were able to evacuate the entire city,
like a tent city, kind of like a temporary tent city situation.
Sure, I'm sure that if we were able to organize the evacuation of Westrun, there's probably a large enough wilderness area outside of the city that people could create temporary quarters, but that would involve probably like the entire city government or whatever. Like evacuating a city, I'm guessing, is no small feat.
But I think I was going to say, I think if we get a hold of the right people and we explain our methodology, right, and that we are able to offer, I think we'd have to go in with a plan, right? We couldn't say for an undisclosed period of time.
Lord Mayor's Keep. That's where they were offering the reward, right? If we were to go to there, that would be where they do city things.
But also, evacuating the whole city may not be the best idea, because that leaves the city vulnerable to crime and invaders and
That's
Also-
exactly right, Jewel.
Also,
Yeah.
we're assuming that the nightmares are for some reason based geographically inside the city. It could be that if you move the entire population of the city, that the nightmares just
follows.
move with the population.
Oh, that's true.
But,
Okay. Okay.
So
Hmm.
I'm going to suggest
Something.
this. We don't actually have to make those decisions right now, but what we do need is to canvass the area where the children were taken.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can go through this by myself. I can go through this with a Jewel. I can go with one of the groups.
I think we should also track some commonality, right? Like, is it, I think this was mentioned before, is it of a certain affluence? Is it certain, what do they have in common, if there's anything in common, or is it just completely random?
Well,
Well-
let me
Geographical
speak with
location,
my,
affluence, age of the child.
Gender or sex of the child? Yeah, like,
let me speak with my my person on the streets, and I can probably find out some good information about the street urchins.
would I actually, I guess, DM, would I have any of that information just from the work that I did in the temple and like the people that came to talk about like what had happened to them, or was it mostly centered around the nightmares and not the children getting kidnapped?
sorry, could you repeat the question? I think I lost
So
track of it.
in the work that I did at Bahamut's
Yeah.
Rest, and how I saw people coming in and talking about like the different things that they were dealing with, was it predominantly to talk about the nightmares they were experiencing, the children being kidnapped or their children being kidnapped, a mix of both? And if it was a mix of both, would I have seen enough people to be like, yeah, okay, this is a trend, or no, it seems like it's completely random, just based off of the subset of people I might have seen?
Got it.
Or does
All
this
right, so this is
require like us to keep hunting?
Yeah, no. This is the part I'll give you for free. I will require a check after it, but this is what I'll give you for free. It is both. You definitely see, I would say easily you see more people coming and talking about nightmares. Easily. It seems like nobody's really that safe from nightmares. And everybody's coming to talk about it. Now I'll have an insight check, please.
Oh, I have an idea too.
18.
18. First off, the kidnapping victims are children, predominantly from poor to middle class homes, but there has been the occasional noble. And with an 18 insight, what I'll give you is this. It is indeed a trend that more sort of poor there, and there's also worth pointing out, urchins, nobody's accounting for urchins, right? Like they don't have parents who are out looking for them, right? The urchins could just be, but it is also worth saying that the wealthier you are, the more security you have. The more guards patrol your street, the bigger your walls around your home, the more locked doors you have.
Yep.
So it could be a trend by the circumstance of the danger of trying to take a child from a wealthy home as opposed to a poor home.
So yeah, and definitely, okay, so then with that, I think I would be able to at least safely say, like, maybe I would make the assumption that the enemy that we're searching for is tangible, right? Like not like an apparition, right? Like it seems like because they may be deterred from brute strength or whatever, like that is like a physical being of some kind, not some kind of apparition or supernatural occurrence type of thing. I think that's what I would deduct from that.
Well, the nightmares are nightmares. Like nobody's waking up.
Right.
People are in the room.
But like the removal of the children, yeah.
The removal of the children, I think that would require an actual investigation. Like I'm sure people come around, they're like, "Oh, I lost my child," but if you wanted to go like talk to a missing, like go around to the different people, like especially you'd have no problem getting in the door. You're a fucking paladin in Bahamut. Everyone's gonna be like, "Yeah, come the fuck in and let me tell you about it," right?
Yeah.
As opposed to, no offense, but like a grim hobgoblin with like blood-soaked outfit and mud, or a blood hunter with like a scar, like an acid scarred face. Like I'm sure a paladin Bahamut, they're like, "Come in, we'll tell you whatever the fuck you want." So yeah, if you wanted to go and ask them and be like, did you see anything? Did your kid ever
Yeah.
talk about seeing anything? Did your kid have nightmares? Then you
Okay.
could go investigate, maybe learn some
Yeah.
information.
I will volunteer that information to the group then.
Yeah.
Something I've been considering since I spoke with the Temple of the Raven Queen is that if whatever's causing this caused the Bramblewood spirit to enrage and do what it did, the dead don't dream, as far as I'm aware, you know, and so whatever connection it has there is removed from nightmares completely. So it's that's why I've been trying to complete my nightmare, but it just changes. So I don't
Wow.
know if that's just one portion of it.
I'm wondering if the angered spirits, and you mentioned that related to whatever this is, this irritation of spiritual forces has been a pattern in and of itself. It isn't limited to just Jasmine. There have been other instances. Perhaps that's the steam coming off the pot. It's not the goal and the objective. It is a reaction to something else that is going on.
A byproduct, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
What I'm,
yeah.
it's just
Uh,
consider dreams. They lose all their power as soon as we wake up. You know, as soon as you're aware of a dream or a nightmare, sometimes you can even have fun with it. So it takes away all the power it has. If in both a literal and a figurative sense, if we can get Westrun to wake up, then maybe we can stop whatever is doing this from doing it further.
all right, so what's first? Lord Mayor's Keep, or just looking at wanted signs and splitting up?
I think talking to the individual families would, and if Jewel can get a handle on what the orphans and casticides are, what they're experiencing, then that might yield something more solid than we're missing a bunch of kids, can you find them? I mean, the Lord's Mayor stuff may have some specific information, but the parents with any to do are, putting up flyers and that sort of stuff anyway. I can't imagine that there's more information than these folks would have.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to go try to interview a few folks. I might not be able to get in the door as easily as Finch can, but
Well, I was thinking if Zar and Easton each go differently, then maybe you and Finch could each go differently in pairs. And it sounds like Jewel's going to go talk to her people, and I can go read this document. I'll go to the library and read through this and see what I can narrow down.
In any case, it gives us more information to work with. So, yeah.
Hey, when is Finch's armor going to be done? Is it done yet?
That's a good point. Yes, thank you for bringing that up.
Oh, yeah, let me check.
Perfect time.
Yes.
No, because I don't want to find
Oh, no,
anything
no.
else without putting
2
Finch in
days.
that armor.
Yeah, 2 days. Son
2
of a-
more days?
It's been so long.
Oh.
Like you need more AC. Calm down. You're okay. It'll
Listen.
be here when it'll be done when it's done.
Fine. All right then.
But whatever.
Whatever. I don't need it.
Who needs a fucking shield anyway?
The shield's supposed to be. Okay, so what are our groups again? And yes, what are our groups? Who's going around asking families questions, I guess is my question. Besides Ember and I.
All right, yeah. It sounds like we got Team Ember and we got Team Finch for investigating families. Is anyone going with? No. All right, we got Ember and Finch on. Oh, Zarbo.
Me and the pup can come and sniff something out.
Yeah, Zar needs to go with one of them, and maybe Easton with the other, so that they, have a
Yeah.
checker.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
All right, the hunters are going with.
Yeah.
What are our team names? We got teams. We got team names. Come on, what are the team names?
Team names.
We got Team Holy
Not-
Order. We got
Holy
Team Team Holy Order, and then we got the Warlocks. So Team Profane.
Team
Okay,
Eldritch,
fantastic.
Eldritch
We got Finch. Who you taking, Finch? Who's your hunter?
War.
Choose your hunter.
Holy Orders and Fire Tribe.
I can take.
Yeah, I like Fire Tribe better.
Yeah, I'll say I can take Easton, and then I guess my follow-up question is, with all due respect, would we need to pick up any disguise kits? Just to make it a little more palatable for people. Make them more comfortable.
Which is a very nice way of saying, go put your nicer clothes on, Tarbog.
I'm just saying, they're already very upset, and perhaps they may not have encountered a troop like ours. And I just feel like maybe it would make them more at ease to see faces that they are more familiar with.
Finch, Easton he's your squire. He was in an unfortunate accident.
Yeah.
It's
Oh.
fine.
Okay.
I'd do whatever you want.
He was
What
kicked by a
about
horse very hard.
what about Jewel and Yvaine? Are you guys joining either Team Holy Order or Fire Tribe, or are you forming a team of your own?
Jewel is going to talk to the urchins.
Okay.
And Yvaine's going to the library to read her scroll and actually to update the people there.
Got it. We got Team Reed and Team Street Kid.
Team Ragamuffin.
Team Ragamuffin.
The fuck is a ragamuffin?
It's like a little free kid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
okay,
It's
okay.
like Oliver. It's like Oliver Twist.
Oliver. All right, ragamuffin, whatever the fuck that is. Ragamuffin. Love it, love it. All right, it's very important that I get team names. It makes me happy. Makes my brain glow a little bit. Okay. Tell you what, Yvaine, what are you gonna go read about?
I'm going to go and read this document. I'm going to get the Cobalt Stove first.
Okay, well, let me ask. If you want to read the document Honor gave you, do you want to read it while the party's here? Because it's like 2 pages that have been specifically compartmentalized to be read quickly and efficiently to give you what you need.
Oh,
Like, it's not like a
damn.
heavy
Yes.
research moment. Yeah, okay, cool.
Never mind, y'all. I'll go read it right now.
Incredible. Maybe an investigation check as you read through to see which ones look like the best ones, considering what you've talked about and what you're thinking and so on and so forth.
In just a moment,
Hmm.
I'm waiting for my thing to load. There we go. All right. Be awesome, please be awesome. Oh, hey, that's not bad. 16.
16. 16. So the first thing is that there's a preface that says there are many terrifying creatures and monsters in the world that are said to influence the dreams of people, but a lot of this is happenstance based on the fact that they're simply very scary creatures and probably don't have many magical qualities. So I have not included those in this document. And then it goes on to show your little chibies. So she would not have included that because she rolled really well. That's from another campaign. The first one is a creature known as a fear. She says, this is a space monster that feeds on, it's pronounced fear, but it's spelled Feyr. And it says, this is a tentacle horror from the astral plane that feeds on negative emotion. Whether it has the ability to create nightmares, some say that it does. Unlikely. It just says unlikely underneath.
Unlikely.
Yeah, unlikely. Oh, come on now. There we go. These are the ones. It says hag, just like that's it, hag. It says there's a variety of hags with numerous powers of magical proportion that also do enjoy kidnapping both people and children for nefarious ends. They're terrible, fucking wicked, awful creatures, and there's many varieties of them that are very dangerous, especially in covens of 3. So it says quite likely underneath. And in parentheses says probably a coven. It says, well, let's see, what do we got here? Power, of course, it's but sorrow, grand life, terror, stalking nightmares. It says, fiend demagogue, or it's called a Damogoth. There it is. Damogoth, infernal nightmare creatures that feed on negative energy, and that sorrow and life-draining power allows them to grow. However, the purpose of this suffering creation and nightmare creation is to drain people and feed on their essence, and seeing as no one has died from their nightmares, unlikely. It goes on for a number of other ones. There's one that says Oni, which is it says it is a magical giant that eats children and is said to be able to influence people's dreams to have nightmares. However, there is some debate if they even actually do have nightmare-creating powers, and certainly not on the scale that is present in Westrun. It says unlikely underneath. And it goes on for a number of other ones, but that seems to be where it lies. It says that there is a number of fiends and aberrations that could be possible, but her best guess is that it is a coven of hags, considering the power level, the missing children, and the scale of power and the missing children. She says it's probably a powerful hag coven. But she has listed a number of other ones, though unlikely. So a number of fiends, aberrations, the Oni, the fear, and so on and so forth. So those 3 that I mentioned that I actually listed out were her like best guesses. Or 4. I think it was 4.
Yeah. So I'm going to share all of that with everyone.
Cool.
And then I'm also going to say she clearly thinks that hag is our best way to go, and I trust her. So I think that's probably where we should go. If we decide to go for like a plan B, like what's the next thing we should look at once we've looked at hags, I think Oni. And here's why. Of everything that was said, this is the only one that says it eats children. So it's if children are a specific food source, right? And one of the things that we were talking about, Ember asked, is why? Like, what is the why? Why is it doing it? So even if they're not connected, the nightmares and the children aren't connected, and they might not be connected. We actually don't know that they're connected. They might not be connected at all. We do know that there's something that eats children. So maybe look at hags first.
I would think that by the sounds, the hags seem like a pretty reasonable thing. I don't know anything about them, so that would be a place to start.
The terror to study.
Yeah. I can go look into how to track them and how to kill them.
I'd probably do the same. A lot of research on them.
Okay,
All right, so
cool.
who's doing what?
Same teams as before. Sweet. Okay, so we will, since you've already done just now a little research, we'll come back to you, Yvaine. Why don't we start with I choose. Well, you know what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna bring it down to like a skill challenge because there's a lot of people to go through, right? If you're gonna go through interviewing a lot of folks. So I'm gonna have Finch and Ember. I want you both. So we'll start with you two as your skill challenge to see if you can get in the door, get the conversation going. Let's call it a persuasion, an insight, and an investigation.
Okay.
Insight.
Nat 20 on that persuasion check. Fuck
Oh
yeah.
shit! Good job.
So 25 total.
25. Good job.
I managed all of a 10.
A 10 on persuasion. Okay.
That's what happens when you roll a 2.
Oh fuck. That's too bad. Okay. Give me those insight checks, you two.
$19 for the insight.
Very nice.
7.
7. All right. Now investigations, please.
$16.
13.
16, 13. 14, 16. Very good. Now I want to do a skill challenge for the hunters, and I'm going to summarize the information that you guys learn all together. So we got Zarvolg and Easton up to bat. Since your charisma people are getting you in the door, we don't need to worry about that. I think, fittingly require an investigation. I think I'm going to require a survive roll. Start with those two while I think of what the third one should be.
Maybe like a perception so they can look around and maybe see something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point.
And that's like not with advantage or anything, right? Because I'm not really tracking Fey or Fiends or Undead.
Yeah, no advantage for you, Hunter's Bane. Ooh.
12 and 14.
22 on investigation.
22 in investigation. Go ahead and roll me that survival then, Easton. Zarvolg, what were those totals and for what checks?
12 for investigation and 14 for survival.
Got it. Easton?
11 for my survival.
Got it. And I liked what Jewel said, so let's do perception.
$19.
15.
19, very good. Okay, let's take a look here. Let's see how we did. And then Finch, there we go. So Zarvolg and Ember, you two struggle. There's some houses where they just won't let you in, Ember. They're like, go away, stranger, and they slam the door. It's too bad. Um, you're very insightful. What people you do speak to, you learn quite a bit, but the investigation doesn't go terribly well. And Zarvolg, in your case, you're just struggling with finding any footprints or tracks or anything, and the investigation is troublesome. However, Finch and Ember, you two will be considered a success on your side of things. So your team, Finch and Easton, that's right. Sorry if I said the names wrong. Yeah, Team Holy Order comes through, it seems, whereas the other team struggles a little bit. Maybe it's because Zarvolg is so scary they can't get into doors.
He smells too bad.
It smells too bad. They're like, you get out of here. But Team Holy Order comes through. So whereas Team Fire Nation is having a little bit of trouble, Team Holy Order definitely comes through. So this is what you two will learn. You will learn children disappear at all times. Usually, some during the day, some during the night. Usually it's at dusk, or it's either dusk where they've been taken right off the street. For whatever reason, like, oh, they went around a corner to go grab a ball that got kicked down the alley. Or they usually right out of their beds. Like, they'll wake up in the morning, the window will be open and they'll be gone. Some people suspect their child ran away. Others say the child would never run away. This is crazy. This is preposterous. Children as young as infants are gone, but no older than 10. 10 at the max is the oldest one that you've heard taken. There has been rumor that around town there have been strange people hanging. So everyone reports different people, but there's like, oh, they said that they saw this strange man on the street. They said this strange woman on the street, and they do talk about like these strangers who had been coming around town, and they're like, if we didn't think anything of it. I mean, people are allowed to walk down whatever street they want, but my son kicked a ball down the street, and it was returned to him by this man in a robe. And then someone will say the same thing, and but these are all different people. No two people report the same individual. And that's pretty much it. As for the wealthy folk, we'll say that, like, yeah, you guys managed to get in the door of one of those buildings, and they report that, like, yeah, their children don't go and play in the streets. They're of, like, noble privilege. That would be ridiculous. And they were taken right out of their bed. But the guards think it was a ghost or something like that. There's some rumor amongst the guards of the estate that there was some ghost that came and took their children in the night and flew across the sky in a flurry of
a bicycle
evil. Yeah, on a bicycle, like cackling, exactly. I think that is what I'm gonna say you guys learn, yeah. But, like, yeah, my hunter, you go in there and you take a look around. You roll. No, you roll a success. So here's what I'll say for you, Easton. Being a blood hunter and having succeeded on 2 of the checks, I'll hand it to you. Per the power of your hunter's bane, you do not believe whatever entity is doing this is a fey fiend or undead. You don't know if, like, the mastermind behind all of this might be a fey fiend or undead with all these strangers around. Like, I don't want to, like, connect the dots for you or anything. Like, anything could be possible. But whoever's, like, if there were specifically kidnapped out of their beds, if someone physically took them and left out of their beds, whoever did that was not one of your listed hunter's bane creatures. And I think that's what I'll give you. I think that's the info that you guys would obtain from the families of lost children. So that'll bring me around to, why don't we go to Jewel? Jewel, you want to find your urchin kid?
Yes, let's find Mick.
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah, you go find Mick. Yeah.
Just, I don't want to necessarily get anything given away, but I should add a +2 to my perception, which would make it a 15 if it involved humanoids.
I understand. You succeeded on your perception. The DC was 15. Yeah. So it was you needed to succeed 2 or 3 checks. There was special information for a third success, but nobody got like perfect marks. Okay. Cool. Okay, so yeah, let's come to Jewel. Jewel, you're gonna go find Mick.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up a meat pie on the way.
All right, you pick up a meat pie on the way. Why don't we call that? Probably like 3 silver.
Okay.
It's a good meat pie. It's a really good one. Big one, fresh made.
Yeah.
Okay, you go find Mick. Mick is where Mick is. He does his job dutifully, it seems. He's watching. He's hanging there. He's sitting on a barrel. And he goes, "Oh, hey, Jewel, how's it going?"
Are you hungry?
"I'm always hungry."
Well, come sit with me.
Okay.
So
And he'll like
she'll
go
sit down on the ground and
yeah.
uncover the meat pie and hand him a fork.
Whoa. And he just starts like eating with the fork, like looking at you. He like eats the first bite. He's like, he has that like, that wash of goodness. And then he starts like very after the third scoop, he's just shoveling it into his mouth. Like, this is a pretty skinny kid. He just starts shoveling the meat pie. He's just like, this kid learned no table manners and he's hungry and he just fucking shovels it in. He's got meat all around his mouth. He's fucking loving it.
Okay, Jewel, wait till he finishes eating.
He probably eats like 3/4 of the whole pie, which is impressive considering he's only like 8. He's like probably twice the size of his stomach, you imagine, but he gobbles it.
You feeling at least a little bit better?
Yeah, I feel really good. I feel really, really good. Thank you.
I was wondering if you could tell me if any of your friends on the streets have gone missing.
Blinks a couple times. He goes, "Well, I mean, people are always going missing. I mean, nobody cares about us. Like, we're always going missing." Oh, but you mean like, well, now you people only care because like rich people are going missing, right?
I've always been good to you kids.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, we've been going missing a bunch, and I think like, I don't know, maybe a little more lately, but I don't think anyone's keeping track.
Okay. Is there anything you can tell me about any recent disappearances?
Like think to himself about people he heard that's gone missing. He starts going, goes, "Well, there's Jenny, and then there was Sue, and I know Tyler went missing, and he starts like just like to your like, and these are people who went missing. And he just starts like naming people off, and he's like, yeah, like maybe like last month there was like, I don't know, and then you start speaking with him about it, and over the last couple days when all these nightmares started, he says like he names like 15 kids, and he's like, but he just like off the top of his head, he's like, but they could have like, I don't know, sometimes they go missing, sometimes they turn up like dead every now and then if they get too hungry or if they get too sick, but no, not a lot of that. Just people just going missing. Sometimes they get like adopted, or sometimes they get a cool spot in like a foster home, but some kids just run away from the foster homes, and he just kind of starts peeling on and on and on. But as far as you can tell, like, yeah, quite a few urchins seem to be going missing by his accounts.
I want you safe. I want as many of you safe as possible, but I cannot accommodate so many children. But if you would like a bed to sleep in, you may sleep in my place. I want you to keep the doors and the windows shut tight, and keep your dutiful eye out when you are on the streets. If anything is amiss, I want you to scream bloody murder.
Okay. Really? I could. You're gonna let me sleep in your house?
Yes. You can
He,
eat
like-
what you want. You
He was
can.
like, are you like taking me in?
Yes.
He's shock comes over this child. He goes like, really?
Yes. But you do have your chores. You keep the eye on the cities for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I give you place to sleep. And food on the table.
Okay.
Do you like your shoes?
I like my shoes a lot.
Good.
He just
good.
like he just kind of like shoots up and throws his and like puts his arms around you.
Jewel gives him a big hug. And ruffles his hair a little bit.
It's dirty.
That's
You're
okay,
like,
she doesn't
oh
care.
shit. No, no, okay, you don't care. You ruffle his hair. Yeah, this kid is in desperate need of a bath and maybe something a little warmer.
Yeah, you can do that at Jewel's house.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you learn that from Jewel and Jules, and he agrees. He's like, yeah, no, I'll keep up on you. Don't worry, you got it. I'll keep up with everybody. You don't worry about it. And you'll and you can take him home, and
Yeah.
he'll go jump on your bed, and he'll run around your house a bunch, and yeah, you can feed him and clothe him, and maybe
Get
that's
him
what
a
you do
bed,
the rest of the day.
or
You
Get him
get
a
a little
bath.
yeah, get him a bed, get him a bathroom. I'll tell you what, to get him set up at your place, let's do. It's not that expensive, especially for someone in your line of work. Why don't we call it like 2 gold to get him like a bedroll and like some new clothes and some extra food, and just kind of get him set up.
Uh-huh.
Cool. So yeah, that's what Jewel does. Jewel, is there anything else you wanted to do today?
I would like to go back to the inn. I'll bring him with me if he wants to come to the inn. Just to have him tell the story and check in with the others.
All right, you ask him about that. He says, we'll see. It's starting to get late.
Yeah.
He says, I mean, I can, but I want to do a good job. So I was going to go back out.
It's okay right now. I think it's more important as I listen to what you have to say.
Okay. If you want me to go, I'll go.
Yes. Yes, tonight you come.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
And he'll wander with you. He'll hold your hand.
Yeah, she'll hold his hand.
Okay, fantastic. And I think he's also got something he's got to tell you that I almost glossed over. Have a moment, if you'd be so kind. Now that you're adopting him and everything. Oh, what is it? Sorry, have a moment. Oh, he says, oh, and by the way, my full real name, my name's Micah, but I go by Mick.
Mick it is.
Okay. He just tells you his real name. And yeah, he'll go with you. Oh, fuck, my mods aren't working. Never mind. I had a child mini, so I was like, you're going to use my kid mini.
You're the same one from
and-
Tierney?
Yeah, same one from Tierney. And I gotta say, Jewel, you might have saved this kid from being kidnapped. If this is like a kid, and like people are going missing, all these urchins are going missing, this might be one child that you've saved the life of, in fact, for many reasons. But yeah, you can go there. Last but not least, let us head over to Yvaine. Yvaine, you go to the Cobalt Soul. You go in, and the Temple of Time track starts playing. What do you wish to do? What you wish to research?
All right, so I do not know how much time I have,
Okay.
so I will tell you everything that I want to do, and you can tell me what I can get done.
Okay.
Here are the questions.
Here's what we'll do. Let's do it in this format, and I'll cut you off at a certain point when I'm like, okay, you've ran out of time. Give me the things you want to research in order of what Yvaine would research in. So like so give me the chronological order of what Yvaine would research.
Hag, Oni, Demigoth, even though I know it's not, and Fear.
Okay, understood. Okay, we're starting with Oni. Go ahead and make me. And now that you're like, and if you're actually a monk of the Cobalt Soul, I'll let you have advantage. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Look at him twitching.
17.
17. You go looking around about Oni. Okay, let me just hold him up. So, the chibi that is drawn into your notes does not do the creature justice, and this is one of those like book drawings where like you see it like in many different art styles and different cultural styles of like drawing, and essentially the things that the styles agree upon is that this is like probably at like a 10-foot tall, like sharp-toothed, white wispy-haired, like horned, monster with yellow eyes and sharp claws. This is generally the description that is given. Sometimes they have like long hooked horns. It's very sort of like the Japanese demon, if that makes sense, right? Like the masks that they wear. This is sort of what you would imagine the D&D inspiration be. Yeah.
Perfect.
The book will tell you a couple things. It will say that these are known as like the magic giants. These are amongst giant kind the most. Generally speaking, Oni have a great aptitude for magic, very magical beings. And a lot of them, and there's a list of nursery rhyme titles. It's not, no, you maybe find a couple of them, but there are many nursery rhymes that speak of the fearsome boogeyman and speak of the boogeyman, whoever that may be. And maybe you, with your Fey background, thought the boogeyman might actually be an entity of the Feywild. And though that might be true, the boogeyman is often an Oni, as Oni are urban hunters, and they hunt children. They are fearsome boogeymen that haunt the nightmares of children and adults alike. The book says, be warned that these creatures are very real and not the stuff of legends. They are voracious, gluttonous creatures that are always hungry. Their most preferred thing they like to eat, the absolute top of their deliciousness chart, is babies. They are demonic looking ogres, blue or green skin, dark hair, white hair sometimes, ivory horns from the forehead, eyes of dark yellow eyes, with strikingly white pupils, jet black claws, sharp white teeth. They hunt by night usually, but they can hide their true forms with magic in the light of the day. They gain the trust of those they intend to betray for foul deeds, and they can change their shape and size at will. They have many magics that allow them to make them the perfect nocturnal urban hunters. Very, very dangerous creatures. Now give me a check for whichever one you said next. Hags.
Actually, I did have 2 questions.
Sure.
In battle, do they have any like special wacky doodle things they do? Like the Banshee has her whale and the Spectres had that soul sucky thing that they did.
You would suspect that in battle, as it is described, that they have many magical powers. So they definitely use magic, and they're also, by their nature, giants. So they're very physically imposing, strong creatures with claw and tooth to use. They're also considered to be very intelligent. So they're not beyond the use of like weaponry, advanced weaponry, such as
Excellent. All right.
glaives and swords and whatever.
So hags.
Make me a investigation check at advantage.
Not as good. 10.
10. It says that there are many varieties of hags out there. All of them dangerous. The thing to remember about hags is that they feed on despair and misery. That is where their power comes from, and that is what they enjoy. Like, they say that like a lot of humanoid creatures, humans, elves, dwarves, and whatever, like everyone deep down has good in them, and everyone deep down wants to do good. A lot of them become misguided and turn to evil, and there's special cases, but generally speaking, there is a internal desire to do good. Hags have no such thing. Their internal desire is to cause misery and to turn people's deals on their head. They are fey creatures of exceptional magical power, incredibly deceitful. They can change their shape. Because you only rolled a 10, it says of the 3 major varieties, the only one that is really associated with nightmare, like they could all do nightmare, but the one that is heavily associated with nightmare is the very powerful hag known as the night hag. I believe they're called the night hag. I'm going to go ahead and double check. Yes, night hags. They have the power to haunt people who sleep, fuck with their nightmares. They can enter and exit the ethereal plane at will. Very powerful, very dangerous hags. And of the 3 main varieties, that's the one that you look at and you go, okay, that's the nightmare one.
All right. I'm actually going to stop there and go find Robin. And I want to tell Robin everything that and I don't have to roleplay this out, but I want to tell everything that happened with Jasmine, the whole 9 yards, top to bottom.
Got it.
And I'll get it to them in writing, and then let them know what we're working on now. And everything. Everything I just told.
Absolutely. And I told you I was going to tell you who your like upper person was in time, right? I hadn't given you that identity yet. Well, lucky you, today's the day. So Robin, you go to Robin, you go like, oh, I found some stuff. He goes like, okay, Yvaine. You're like, no, I got like hags. I'm like, there's an Oni. He's like, okay, Yvaine. Absolutely, very interesting. I've found you an archivist you've been assigned an archivist. Allow me to introduce you. And he's going to take you to go meet. You see this very haggard, dark circle under the eye, old archivist, with sort of white hair. Looks a bit like, I don't know. And it says, yes, Yvaine, allow me to introduce you to Solomon Rothtree. This is Archivist Solomon Rothtree. You have been assigned to him. He often is the individual who handles a lot of adventuring types, such as yourself amongst the Cobalt Soul, people who like to go out and find knowledge and bring it back. This is sort of the people that he's usually assigned to. You'd also notice that so it was my mistake. He is half-elf, but he's not human and elf. You see that this haggard administrative archivist, he has small tusks and green skin, but he has the elegance of an elf. This is a half-orc, half-elf individual. And he says, he goes, Yvaine, yeah, it's a wonderful pleasure to meet you. What is it that I can do for you?
Well, there's a whole lot going on, and I haven't had time to write down a report, and I don't have time to write one now, but I feel like I should tell someone something. So, tell everything about Jasmine and get them up on what's going on. let them know that I don't necessarily think that what's happening with the kids and what's happening to the nightmares are connected. They could be, but maybe not. Here are the leads we have.
Got it. And he doesn't hide his like this look as you just start like telling him everything. And he looks at Robin with this look of like, oh my God, are you serious? He just doesn't try and hide it. You can see there's clearly like roll me an insight check just to get just as you start to gauge this individual you're gonna have to work with.
26.
You get the sense that this guy, as Robin just said, he usually gets thrown the adventuring types, and he resents it entirely. You get the sense, like you see by all the piles of books on it, that he is an individual who works very hard and probably bites off more than he can chew, and like it's clear that he has an interest in rising in station, and he considers like these adventuring types he keeps getting thrown his way to be a distraction from his progress up the chain in the Cobalt Soul. That is just the disposition of this individual you get immediately as someone who's like, this is my secondary interest because I'm told I have to do this. My interest is like working hard to prove myself so I can be elevated. And he says, all right, Robin, yes, you can go. Thank you very much. Okay. Very good research. Well done. Yes. Keep up the good work, I guess. Or was there something that you wanted?
Oh, I just wanted to let you know the nightmares. If you get out of city grounds about 1.5 miles, you won't have them. Also, holy ground, any place that's consecrated, that's nightmares.
Yes, no, we here, we've come to realize that as I do sleep here, and I don't get enough sleep, but I certainly don't get nightmares like everybody else has been getting, so yes, so we have come to realize that. Is there anything else?
No, that'll be all.
All right. Have a good day. He kind of bows his head down and goes back to scribbling up in a parchment rather rapidly.
That was disappointing. At some point I need to go see Balthazar, but I don't have to do that now.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, cool. Is there anything else anyone wanted to do before congregating for the evening? You wanted to go find Balthazar, Yvaine? Yep. All right. Why don't we get that out of the way? Yeah. I think if you go looking, and this is the haunt that you usually go to. I think it's like the Grim Warlord is what it's called. You can definitely go there. And find him, where he's, as usual, probably speaking of some great poetic dirge that he has produced. He does look tired. He looks a little more disheveled. He says, well, Yvaine, it's good to see you again. How fares your hunt?
It was excellent, actually. I owe you a story, and I have not had time to write it down for you. I will, but I at least wanted to come tell you.
That's all right. That's all right. Sometimes I usually don't get people who write for me, and I quite like writing myself. So, and he will produce himself an ink pot, quill, and paper. And if you begin telling him the story, he'll enthusiastically start scribbling.
Yeah, no, nothing held back. I'll tell him the whole thing of how he was part of the story himself, and how the box was left at the foot of the tree, and she went up to the beam of light, and the raven fluttering off with word to the
Absolutely,
making of
absolutely.
ravens, like the whole story.
Got it. why don't you make me a performance check to see how well you relay the tale?
Not proficient in that skill. 15.
Very nice. 15. Yeah, you relay the tale quite well, quite informatively. And he takes it and he writes it all down, and as he's writing, like a smile sort of begins to produce, and he says, happy ending, not my usual work, but I'm sure I'll be able to work with it.
I know.
But it is quite haunting a tale, and it is quite something I think people will require in such a time. For what is art if not to make the comfortable uncomfortable, and the uncomfortable comfortable?
And speaking of comfort, you know, the nightmares that are going around and everyone's having them, I know there's a secret about them.
Oh,
If
yes?
you leave town about a mile and a half out, it doesn't reach out that far.
Oh,
You
that's
have to go beyond the
interesting.
farms. Yeah.
Beyond the farms. Well, perhaps I'm gonna have to try it out for myself. Thank you for the heads up.
If I could ask you just a small favor, your friend
Of
Vic,
course. The what sort?
tell him both of you get out of town.
Who's both of us?
Well, your friend, the one who helped us in the
Oh,
he got into big
yes.
trouble, right?
Yes. Yes, he's Wax. He's
Wax, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. That's all
With
right.
names all the time, but
It's okay.
Would
Names
you
are
just let me
strangely
know?
complicated.
maybe the two of you could. He did us a favor and he got in trouble. And if he's having nightmares, then maybe you guys could go camping out for a few days until we get this all sorted out.
Perhaps. But I find that now perhaps is the best time for me to be here. So many grim tales around, and there's no shortage of inspiration for my kind of work. It's the unfortunate truth. I pursue tragedy, and tragedy is but tragedy is. So, I appreciate your effort, and I think I'll pass it on to Wax, and despite all, I will probably continue to hear people's tales, what they've dreamt.
So if we figure out what's going on with the nightmares and such, do you want to hear about it?
Of course, my dear. There's, of course, the tale of the everyman, their tragedies and their faults, but the tales of heroes, that's the stuff people want. And especially when it has to do with nightmare and tragedy and darkness and children kidnapping, well, what more could a tragedy bard ask for?
Well, then I hope my next story is also a happy ending that you could work with.
Well, we already got one happy ending. Let's not be too, let's not ask too much of the gods.
I need to go, but take care of yourself, all right?
I will. You do as well, Yvaine. I may be surrounded in tragedy, but you're throwing yourself in danger, so be cautious.
And I will head off to the Sunkissed.
Okay, and you leave him with a little smile on his face as he begins to start, he takes the old copy, pulls out a new piece of paper and starts what you imagine is writing limericks. And you head on back. Okay, with that, the party will recongregate once more at the end of the day. Feel free to discuss. Well, actually, it's getting a little late, so why don't we marinate on everything we learned, and let's take a break. Let's take a little 5-10 minute break. Be right back.
Okie dokie.
You've been doing the job well, so there you go.
Finch is chaotic evil, in case you were wondering.
Oh, are they? Is that so? I don't think that's true.
No, they're hardcore lawful good.
Yeah, I know. What a good little paladin.
Good little paladin.
Everyone's so scared of lawful good. I love me a lawful good.
Everyone's in the
think
middle
I'm
of
still lawful
nightmares, and
good.
she's in the middle of a romance. That's chaotic as
You're allowed to be
fuck.
romance doesn't have anything to do with alignment. Everyone wants love.
Everyone
A,
does
B,
love
C, D,
love.
F, G, H, I, J, K. So I'll hop over there in a second, Easton. I need supreme focus in this. Oh shit! I already put him in here. I did all that work for nothing. Fuck. If anyone wants, I've been dropping handouts like crazy this session. So if anyone wants to go on the Roll20 and look at them, they're there.
Noted.
Cool. I found a way better picture for him originally. Yeah. What's your alignment there, Easton?
Lawful good.
Ooh.
Yeah, sure. You've been doing lawful good shit, sure. You haven't been particularly chaotic or particularly evil, so it's fair. Or neutral. Mm. You know what? I'm gonna say go from good to neutral because you are actively seeking vengeance instead of justice, you know?
All right.
Actively seeking to go around the law to kill an evil guy. Well,
I'm
you
gonna
were
send
you
you
were
something to
lawfully
find.
sanctioned, actually. No, you could keep being lawful. You were sanctioned by Whitestone to do so, so it's fine.
Um,
So it's all right. You good?
You good? Yeah, you were sanctioned by like a very neutral like arms race maniac named Percival DeRollo. So I guess it's fine. He's
How's that
from the
for,
government.
Name
how's that
drop.
look for Mick?
Yeah. What was that?
How does that picture look for Mick?
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Not bad at all. Okay, well, everyone's back, so let's get back to it. So you all come together to have an evening meal together. Jewel, you guys are sitting there, and you see Jewel walk in with like a child, a little boy. He's been cleaned up, so he doesn't look like an urchin, but she just comes in with a little boy holding her hand.
This is Mick. Mick, these are my friends. This is Ember, Finch, Yvaine, Zarvog, and Easton.
Good.
How's it going,
Fen.
everybody?
And Fen. You must know Fen too.
Oh,
And happy.
And happy.
Oh,
and
sorry.
happy. Well, hi everyone.
Sit, but get some food.
He looks around the table at all of you. I mean, like, urchins take all kinds, you know, the sort of the dregs of society are sometimes of those like unusual racial creatures. So he sits here and he doesn't like give a strange look to Zarvolg or a terrified look to Easton. He seems like pretty cool with the company.
Well, his stepmom is a
despite-
cat.
Yeah. And he's just happy to be here. He like looks around all you goes, so is this like a book club or something? That's a joke because
No,
we're all very heavily armed, so I imagine not.
Yes, we are adventurers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you guys are trying to stop all the nightmares and kidnapping, right?
Yes.
Well,
And,
I'm a
Cool.
kid and I don't like kidnappings, so I guess I'll help you guys out.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Oh yeah, you want me to tell them a story? Okay.
yes.
Let me tell you. So, I was out this morning. I was looking for breakfast, and you know, there's some pretty good food in the morning, like out behind the taverns. So I went out there and I like got myself something good to eat. Well, it wasn't that good actually. It was kind of old and musty, but like it's better than most times. So I ate that, and then I went to go watch the tieflings in the dream reading stall, like I was supposed to do because Jules been hiring me to do that for a little while. So I went and did that, and I kept an eye on them, and it looks like they've hired guards. They were giving money to guards, and they seem to be like walking around with chests, and I imagine that's their coin chests. Oh, what else? Yeah, people, they're still doing a really good business. People are still getting bad nightmares. Um, oh yeah, and then Jewel brought me like some lunch, and it was like a meat pie, and was like really good. And so I ate a bunch of it, and I was really full. And then Jewel asked me about kids who'd gone missing, and like, lots of kids go missing all the time when you're like homeless, or they die because they get sick and hungry. But yeah, lots of kids have been going missing the last like 2 weeks. Maybe even a little before that, but definitely a lot the last 2 weeks, maybe like, well, I don't know exactly. And then he gives you like a list of like 10 names. And he's like, maybe more than that. But anyway,
You
he
did
like looks
good.
at he looks
Good
at you,
job, Mick.
Jewel. He
Good
goes, is
job.
there anything else that I forget? Oh yeah, and Jewel adopted me today.
Yes, there was that.
So that happened. I got adopted.
And she'll ruffle his hair.
And now you guys all look at him and you're like, oh yeah, he's a virgin. Or was, apparently.
Congratulations, kid.
Hey, thanks. Zar
Yeah, Zarvolg.
Zarvolg. Yeah, thank you, Zarvolg. I like you. You look scary, and I like that.
He gives him like a weird, awkward, tusky smile.
You're like a, "Arr." And then the kid goes, "Arr," like back at you. And then like the food comes. You can pay. It's like the kid meal, so pay 3 silver. He's probably still full from that meat pie, but the little guy, he'll just keep eating because he's just so hungry because he's poor. And he just, and yeah, the moment you bring over like whatever's being served for dinner tonight, we'll say it's like Rothe, not Rothe ribs. We'll say it's like plains cow ribs. The kid just starts going, he just starts like no table manners, just starts like covered in barbecue sauce, just like off in the corner, just starts mowing down.
We all just turn and look at him like,
And he like looks up at you, Finch, and he's like, and he just like looks at you as he eats. It's a little weird.
they're a bit awkward. Okay.
Yeah, it's just like ripping feet off the bone. Is just this kid's a savage, complete savage.
I feel like we're trying to process the news that we got that we are now in possession of a child.
Hey, look at it this way. At least he's not doing the prison hunch thing.
Prison hunch thing.
Yeah, where the food's on the plate and they're hunched over like this, looking
Oh,
up,
yeah,
looking
like-
at everybody.
Oh yeah, I've never been to prison, Mr. Ember.
Well, that makes you a smart kid then, huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty smart.
Know how to stay out of trouble.
Very clearly, like side glances at Joel, goes, "Yeah, I don't know how to do that."
He's very keen eyes, this kid.
What does keen mean?
Means very good, very smart.
Oh yeah, I have very smart
Very
eyes.
observant, very observant.
Yeah, all those things.
So, what have you guys found?
I will communicate to the party what we observed going door to door.
Okay.
I'll add to it, add any missing add specifics, and I will clarify that using all my knowledge and training so far, I can deduce that it's not whoever took the kids, it's not a fiend, it's not an undead, and it's not a fae.
If you guys want, you could say like, I share all the information I learned, and then everyone can be in the loop. That's
Yeah, sure.
an easier way about going about things.
Mhm.
Okay. Yvaine, did you learn anything?
Yeah, yeah, I did. So, Anna gave us 4 things. 2 she said were unlikely. I researched the other 2. And I will share everything I learned about hags and about Oni. And after saying things about both of them, I'm going to say I'm not convinced that the nightmares and the children are related yet. They really could be, but I don't think we should play like they are for certain. But the sheer number of children that we're talking about having been taken, the fact that this one thing was described as gluttonous, you know, and it specifically said like urban hunters, like it hunts in cities. So I don't know. I think that we should look into both hags and Oni,
Seems pretty viable.
or at least that we should plan for both of them. We should be expecting both of them. Here's the thing: I wasn't able to find anything out about like habits necessarily. I don't necessarily know how to track or trap or draw them out. That's going to be up to you all to figure out. But
Well,
that's
Yvaine,
information.
if you're talking about Oni habits specifically, you learned a little bit. You learned a couple things. A, they hunt babies as their main, like as their like ultimate delicacy. They also hunt nocturnally. So as far as habits
Yeah.
go, those are sort of their 2 primary hunting variables, shall we say.
Cool. So yeah, there we go. They like babies. Ew. And they like to hunt at night.
Mick, have you
By
seen
any
anything
chance.
crazy at night?
How,
Anything
how, how
scary?
much of a dossier did we get on your research for hags?
So, let me get back to that. There are many different varieties, but the kinds that are most likely to be causing nightmares would be night hags. They feed on despair and misery, and they have no real motivation behind being awful. They're just creatures of awfulness. Like that's just they are the essence of misery. And so they cause it as they walk. It's like a void is going to create a void, sort of thing. So
So I will,
it has no motivation in and of itself.
sorry, no, you're good, you're good. I just want to clarify quickly. That hags like they aren't like walking misery per se. Like they don't walk around and people like feel bad around them, like magically. But people tend to, yeah, like they end up feeling awful and shitty when they're around hags because they will deal with hags and talk to hags and hags will fuck with them. So they don't like create an aura or anything like that magically, but they do fuck people over in deals and such like that. So their deals are often inspired by like the want to create misery. Yeah, just to make a quick clarification there.
All right. So
So
yeah.
letter of the deal type of things. You make a deal with them, it's probably going to be bad, but they will keep it to the letter that they agreed to.
But they will, I will throw in there that they will usually do their best to twist the contract into their favor, like miswordings and so. And I'm sure you as a warlock are very familiar with, or maybe Esdras has told you, like, oh, you should be careful about what you sign, and like people, like I won't do that to you, of course. But yeah, exactly. I would never do that to you, but others would do that to you.
My
What I'm getting at is the intersection between Yvaine's piece and Easton's piece, because there is an intersection, but I don't know if it's clear.
by any chance, Yvaine, did anything you read mention those yellow eyes we were talking about this morning?
Yeah, yeah. The Oni always have yellow eyes and horns. Okay, yeah. Okay, so the Oni, blue skin, white hair, yellow eyes. They hunt at night. They're creatures of magic. Their shape changes. They're very strong, magically strong. They're magically well endowed. They also fight with claw and black claws and teeth, and they're very intelligent, so to be considered sentient and could handle weapons. They're urban hunters. They're gluttonous and often associated with boogeymen, and they're giants. They're yellow-eyed, horned, sharp-clawed, sharp-toothed, 10-foot tall, magical giants, but they can disguise themselves when they walk amongst people. So can the hags. They can disguise themselves when they walk amongst people.
I have a question for Ryan, and then I have some supposition. The question for Ryan is, did we draw enough out of Yvaine's material to know that hags are fae?
Yeah, I would say sure.
Okay. The supposition piece comes next. What color were the tieflings' eyes? The tiefling brothers?
They weren't yellow.
No, they were not yellow.
Okay.
Yep.
Like as I said, whatever was in the room that took the children, it wasn't Fae, it wasn't dead, it wasn't undead, it wasn't a fiend. It's not to say a hag couldn't hire help, but that does lead me more towards the Oni.
What of the giants and hags?
Then we'll
Thank
have
you for
to.
complicating things, Zah, Dick.
I mean, maybe the giants are, if they can get small, maybe they're getting in the rooms and getting the babies, and the hags are making them nightmares.
You know what I didn't think to find out is whether or not they have help. Like, hags travel in covens. Well, does an Oni travel by itself, or do they travel like with help, or do they travel in groups? Or are they solitary?
Right. Hags make deals with these
If hags make deals, that means they're inherently like working amongst people. I don't know that that gets us anywhere though.
That is a fair point.
All right. Well, are we any closer on figuring out how to track either of these two things down?
Well, both of them are shape changers, so we can't rely on visual identification. They
Let's see.
could be you, for all we know. So we need to have some.
Plot twist. Plot twist.
No.
I do have the yellow eyes.
Hmm.
Everyone goes quiet at the table, looks at Zarval.
Zarval kind of like comically threatening, like menacingly looks at Mick.
I got it.
Maybe
Jewel gives
licks
Zarval a look of just pure venom.
She hisses.
Yes.
Don't fuck with my kid.
Jewel has yellow eyes too. I'll put that out there.
Everyone looks at Jewel.
Finch also has amber eyes, so I feel like this is not boding well for any of the party.
Yeah, but
Yeah, the guy.
does Finch have heterochromia?
What's that?
But
2 different colored
aren't
eyes.
Finch
No.
colors 2 different colored eyes?
No, they don't. They just have amber eyes, like really gold eyes.
No.
Yeah, I'm still thinking, you know, because Finch doesn't eat babies
As far as
that
you
I'm
know.
aware of.
Yeah.
Oh no, my deity is a dragon.
I feel like I can make that assumption right
Yeah.
now. I feel like I would like to check out these other 2 things and then circle back to that if it's not, you know, right? That seems reasonable.
Well, you all just fight each other.
Right? TPK, the
TPK yourselves.
party, each other. And it's actually Honor who's the
Fuck
hag.
you, no fuck you. Otter's like, ha ha ha. Ha.
Yeah, right? Shit.
Maybe Honor's been
Okay.
captured and by the shape changer, and she's been Honor's been. That's why Honor's been so busy lately. Who knows?
No, who knows?
No, because Honor's too old. The shape changer doesn't like them older than 10 years old.
Yeah, no, she is the hag. That is the twist.
Honor's been
Oh.
kidnapped, and that's why she got in bed with you to learn more about you guys. So she got to get invited to breakfast.
No.
I feel like
Dying.
that bodes too well. I feel like we should like, think about that. It's
Just
actually
kidding.
it's Balthazar.
So, how to detect a shape changer?
Does any? What
I don't have
the-
anything in my tool bag.
I was about to say magic. What kind of magic we have?
I was going to say Easton, Za, y'all try. Yeah, you are the trackies, right?
Yeah, but it's not anything I specialize in. One thing I've been thinking is there a way where say if I took a nap in the middle of the day, would I have a nightmare? Because if it happens at an active time, we can maybe catch whatever it is as it's doing so. And I'm not much of a napper, so I can't reflect.
Oh, neither am I, but I am so tired. I probably could nap in the middle of the day right now.
Okay, so being able to detect them is something to table for the time being.
I mean, if
They have to have some place where they can work whatever mojo that they're working to affect the dreams of this many people. And it probably isn't going to be someplace terribly obvious. Because somebody would notice, you know, a giant bubbling cauldron of whatever.
Exactly.
What
It
about
has
the
to be
underwater?
something.
Isn't
What's that?
there a place that goes like under the ground?
Yeah, they're called sewers.
No, well, I mean, actually, yeah, that's probably a better idea. But no, there's a place in town. It's a memorial, but it's underground. It's shit. We pass it like every day.
Yeah, you're right. It's called the Underwalk.
Hmm.
There's a district in the city known as the Underwalk Ward. It's an extension of the residential ward that's built from repurposed sections of sewers, military bunkers, wine cellars from mansions. That sort of was built after the annihilation of Umbrasyl and the Herd of Storms.
Hmm.
Seems a place worth checking out. And I know we talked about camping out of the city, but I wonder if there's a worth to, a couple of us pulling an all-nighter and observing one of us that sleeps. See if we can sense something as it happens.
If
I
I
had a couple good nights rest.
if I can sleep before fall of night, then I can watch over Nick as he sleeps.
Oh, and if you can sleep during the day, then you could tell us whether or not the people have nightmares during the day. So,
Yes.
is that Jewel? Are you going to take a nap tomorrow? Is that what you're doing?
I think so.
Officially.
Yes, I think so.
I love this job for you.
Are you implying that cats nap all the time?
I am implying that you've literally are in a position where it is you're the person doing it. We need to know. It's valid research.
I see.
You might find offense to this, Jewel, but there is a common phrase called, well, to take a cat nap.
And her
What?
ears
When?
go back. And she just
Since when?
How did we get here?
How did we get here?
yeah.
As helpful as your nap during the day might be, maybe we'll try tonight. While the kid could be good bait, and I say that like
He's not bait.
I
Bait.
know
What's that?
I wasn't going to volunteer him. I believe all of us have lived longer lives, therefore.
Is that why you adopted me so that I could be bait for a monster?
No! I wanted you to be safe. Away
That's
from
too
the
old,
monster.
actually.
What?
Make a persuasion check, Jewel.
That's actually why she did it, but okay.
Oh, make a deception check then. Absolutely.
Oh, that is why she did it. That is
Oh, that's why I'm saying make a persuasion check. Yeah.
13
he does-
plus. Sorry, what was it? Persuasion?
Yeah.
13
If you're
plus 9.
being honest, then yeah, persuasion.
Yeah, 13 plus 9.
He goes, oh shit. Yeah, he goes, and he just goes back to eating. He seems satisfied with that answer. He kind of like gives you a dirty look, Easton.
What I was trying to say is, as those who have lived longer, we have more trauma, baggage, pain, which seems to be what it feeds on. So, one of us would be a better subject, I feel.
Or no, at least that thousands of people in town have been having these nightmares at approximately the same hour. The first night that I had one, there was literally a guy down the hall who also had a nightmare at exactly the same time.
Whatever time it was, what was it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I didn't look at the clock. But the point is, seeing one person having a nightmare would not necessarily expose the cause of the nightmare.
That's not actually what I have in mind. Here's what I have in mind. Is there a way specifically not to detect fiend, but to detect the presence of evil?
You got a paladin. Divine sense.
Yeah, I'm asking.
It detects
like,
desecration and consecration.
Yes.
so
You can't detect alignment, but you can detect desecration and consecration. Detect evil and good.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what I'm thinking. The person who stays awake is a person who can cast something like a detect evil, and when the person starts having a nightmare, see if there's a change. That could help with tracking it. That could say that, hey, it's going on at around this time, and we make a note of it. Another thing is that I know that there are people who have the ability to connect in different ways. if there was a person who could like look inside someone's head as they were having a dream and spy, or maybe even interfere, maybe we could get that person in a nightmare of their own. I don't know. Am I being silly? You know, basically trap them in a spot that gives us time to hunt them. I'm being silly. I don't know. Does that make any
That's exactly my thought. I was not to volunteer you, Finch, but I was gonna say you and me would stay up, and if we time it, not don't consecrate before because that might stop. That may make them not even approach us. But maybe I don't know how it works for you, but could you do it in real time, and maybe we can sort of, like Yvaine said, trap them there.
I can above the table. I need to prepare the spell. So divine sense is the same thing that Easton has. The spell I have is detect good and evil, which is a spell I have to prepare.
Yeah, because above table, we're basically cooking up like magic and stuff.
I'm just saying from a timing perspective, like with our discussion, I would need a night. Like I would need to get a night's rest and then like a long rest to change my spells.
Oh, okay.
So in other words, for this to be worthwhile, we have to wait until tomorrow night.
Yes.
And in the interim time, we need to find someplace that isn't populated and traveled. Because unless these critters are going to eat the kids right on the spot, they're taking them somewhere to do whatever it is that they're going to do. If they are projecting whatever this dream miasma is, then they have to be working that from somewhere. And there's no way that you're going to be able to do that in a populated space. You're going to want someplace where you aren't going to be disturbed. So the question is, are there any?
I have an idea, except it could be for shit because I could be being totally racist. So Oni always have horns, and the dream tellers have horns. And there was a chest that was going out, and we saw them putting coins in the chest, so we assume that there are coins in the chest. We don't actually know what's in the chest. We could follow the chest and see if it goes somewhere. I mean, it could be fucking nothing. I could be connecting dots because they're not there to see. Like, there's no...
They also didn't have yellow eyes. You said that they always had yellow eyes.
But they can also disguise themselves, right? I don't, like I said, no, you're probably right. I'm sorry. You're probably right.
Well, that's why I was asking about their eye color earlier.
I was just going on the horns thing.
Well, I presumed that they had the horns, and they've got like half a set each. One the left horn, one a right horn.
I wonder if that's usual.
I mean, to be fair, Honor has horns.
Yeah, but she has two of them. But I haven't seen many tieflings, and I don't know if that's just common amongst tiefling twins. It could be.
I think horns are pretty common with tieflings.
Yep.
No, I mean single horns.
Oh, single horns? No.
Right, because that's what these brothers, it's what I'm understanding. One has a horn that's from this side, and one has a horn that's on this side. So if they were standing next to each other, they would have one set of horns in between them.
They did disappear from their room in the middle of the night.
Oh. What is present in where their other horn is?
Where did they go? You said they disappeared from their room, but where did they go? Oh, it's in the center of their heads.
No, it's not. It's like one twin has one on the left side and one twin has one on the right side.
Okay, but
Yeah, alright,
and there's no stump like where another one would be, like they lost the other one, right? It's just one.
Yep, just one.
Yeah, that's sus.
They did not leave their room through the door.
That's mad sus, yo.
That's mad sus, motherfucker.
Mad sus.
I don't like it.
We did not see them leave through the door. I did not see them or any trace leaving through the window because it was locked from the inside. So the chest was not in the room either.
How did it get out of the room?
I went in. No sign of anything I could see.
Is there a
It was very
closet?
clean. It was the beds were made.
Is there anything else that we could look up or research to, like, not necessarily, I know we've been talking a lot about bait, but what about like antagonize? Like maybe that's a risk, making an
To
entity
draw out.
we're not clear on angry or upset, but for example, if something was like adverse to a certain sound or image, I there's many things that agitate, right? Like, is that another option, something that is inherently unresistible?
Irresistible to the creature?
Yeah, irresistible to the creature.
They like to eat
Leprechauns
babies.
and gold.
Babies.
Well, they like to eat babies. And I will put out there that, like, well, I'll tell you what, this is gonna be a really weird check, but I want it anyway. Ember, you're proficient with cooking utensils. I want you to make me a proficient intelligence check.
Oh. I feel like I don't like where that's going.
I kind of like where
18.
it's going.
What'd you get?
18.
18.
You know very easily, and I'm sure many people will too, but you are a cook, and so your mind would go there probably first. Any creature of any intelligence will always prefer a higher grade of meat than a lower grade of meat, which means that, everyone's going to prefer a plains cow that wasn't, like, raised in, like, a pen with, like, diseased other animals or like isn't fed very well. They're going to prefer the plains cow that is raised well and is fed well and is of good stock, which means to say that a monster desiring to eat someone is probably going to prefer
An affluent
one from a more affluent home where they're better fed and better taken care of and not raised around filthy, diseased merchants. So if you're looking for, like, the optimal A-grade meal for this creature, it would be a nobleman's baby. That would be an irresistible meal to the creature.
That brings me to the next question. How typically are kids delivered?
No.
Midwife?
Yeah,
In the
midwife.
home?
For an affluent family, yeah, usually in the home. Midwife in the home.
Okay.
Anywhere, really. All of them probably deliver them at home once the midwife shows up. They don't have hospitals.
So are we really proposing that we would use a baby?
No, what I'm
As-
proposing
Okay.
is somebody is pregnant right now.
Which is now
and
really
is going to
delayed.
have- and is going to have a baby
Mhm.
right now. If it is somebody in the middle to upper class,
Mhm.
That's how you
That's the
get
place-
access to a baby.
that's the place we stake out. We just need to know where the baby's going to happen.
Hmm.
You're genius. Because of course a midwife would have access to a child.
No, what I'm saying is the midwife is going to be involved before D-Day, delivery day. They're going to do the check-ins and that sort of stuff. If we can find some midwives that probably are acolytes, maybe to the nature temple, because that whole birth and nature thing, then we can find out where a delivery is going to take place, and we can pre-position ourselves there on stakeout.
That's smart. That's what, I mean, yeah, let's do that.
Now, do we know anybody with ins with the whole nature enclave?
You do.
Anybody?
You
Anybody
know
here
someone
been to the
who
Wild
has,
Arbor?
but in the nature community, yeah, you know me, but you know people in the overworld, which means you could potentially find out who's with child,
Or Mick.
right?
Mick, I
Master
think must be
Estrix
very
could tell
pregnant
you.
ladies. And do you happen to know where they may be from?
Whatever, yeah, I can go find us a midwife.
Well, that's, in my mind, that would be the discussion that we need to have, is to talk to somebody with the Wild Arbor, and I'm assuming that they probably have some midwifery.
Midwifery.
Right?
While you guys are sitting there, Easton, you hear something in your head. You hear, I thought we were going to meet tonight.
I look around like the
Make a perception check.
No.
Around the tower.
22.
22. You look around and you see full Strider style sitting in the back dark dingy corner of the tavern, hood up, robed up. You see Adam Volsk just kind of like watching you from under his cloak across the bar.
I give him one of these.
One of what?
Like to come over.
Okay. I didn't see your other finger. I thought you were flipping them off. I was like, damn. I was like, damn, dude.
I just flip them off. That's the last time we talk.
Yeah. Actually, I don't give a fuck about the Blood Hunter Order. Fuck off.
Easton dies immediately.
Power word kill. No.
Yeah, right.
He will stand up, and so while all of you are discussing, like talking about the midwives or whatever, this black-robed, dark hooded figure sort of approaches the table, sort of like appears sort of, I don't want to say hulking, but definitely like imposing behind Ember, sort of approaches the table.
Jewel looks up.
Roaring Concordant. Adam Vosk. Roaring Concordant.
Hey.
You'll sort of pull back his hood, which is the first time you've seen him pull off his hood, Easton. Per the picture, you see is just like long, somewhat disheveled hair about like jaw length, sort of 5 o'clock shadow turning into a beard, sort of brownish haired individual with a very sort of tired, dark look in his eye, and fairly pale, fairly gaunt. And he says, "Guten Tag. I suppose I am an associate of your friend Easton. This is your company, Easton."
Yes, the ones I told you about earlier today. We're just in the middle of piecing together all the information we have, and we believe we've gotten closer to the target we spoke about.
Good. Then we can share breakthroughs we've had, as I have learned something also.
And basically catch him up to speed where we were at, right? You know, right up to the maid wives.
He says, very interesting. You should know, we are of similar hunter discipline, shall I say, as he looks around the table. All can apply what that means at this point. And you should know that I specialize in the hunting of warlocks. I come from an order known as the Order of Profane Soul. And I could tell you that there are a number of warlocks in Westrun as we speak. Including, but not limited to, of course, your associate here. Sort of gives you a slight nod, Ember. Says, luckily, the Arcane Panasophical has sanctioned the use of Warlock's magic so long as they do not break the common law. But more interestingly enough, are you all aware of a dream reading stall in the Opalford? Two
Yes.
Tieflings?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
I have great reason to believe that they are Warlocks also. My investigation has turned up that they possess certain magical powers that are congruent with the Warlock's disciplines. And they have expressed certain ability to cast invocations of the Eldritch variety. And I have much more to do in following up, but in the interest of shared knowledge, I bring this to you.
They've hired guards to take care of their chest.
Yes, I stowed away into their room, and after the breakthrough, they decided to upgrade their security. I hope I will not get in too much trouble with this group, with this skirting of the law.
Well, I've been in the room before.
Oh, good. No need to worry then.
They were not there. Nothing.
Yes, that's...
Nothing was there.
No, nothing, no. That is what interested me. I wanted to see if they were hiding anything under the bed and the floorboards, and I agree, there was nothing. Which I found quite suspicious, which meant they were keeping things elsewhere, so I followed them and found that they were keeping their chests of gains in a secondary location. So I had followed them, and I witnessed them perform a invocation that allows them to sculpt their flesh into a different appearance.
Shapeshifters.
It is a spell known as Outer Self that comes from evocation. Admit the name of the evocation slips my mind at the moment. But it would prove that they are indeed powerful warlocks at that. Yes, you who keeps raising their hand.
Are you familiar with a creature called an Oni? And do you think this creature is powerful enough to be a warlock's patron?
An Oni? Not commonly so. They are considered monsters and not planar beings, but many have suggested that Oni originate from fiendish planes. That is where their variety of giant kind has come from. That is what many conjecture to be true. It is not impossible, but I've never heard of it before.
So that rules out Hag's a fae and Oni's a fiend, and I sense no trace of either.
Well, Oni technically classify as giants, but they do have fiendish heritage. Much like gnolls, for example, are considered humanoid, but they are descendant from the fiendish plane of the abyss.
And
So-
does my the Bane? Well, I'm. Forgive me for being surprised that there's loopholes to the Bane.
Yes,
Right.
it is not. It's not perfect, especially for someone in my line of pursuit, as I hunt humanoids, not their patron. Well, that's not true. I hunt their patrons. I just get to them through their warlocks. So I specialize in finding warlocks and squeezing them for information on their patrons and then killing their patrons.
And these brothers do have an interest in dreams. I feel now they're a more obvious bet for us.
I do not know who their masters are, but I would be surprised if a warlock capable of performing a invocation as powerful as it's called the Master of Myriad Forms, now that I think of it. A powerful invocation. I'd be surprised if they were receiving their power from something as such as an Oni, unless this is a unique type of Oni that is currently undocumented. I would not be surprised at this point if the warlocks are associated in some way to the troubles of the city. I intend to keep investigating them.
Sure, as well. I thank you for this. I apologize that our meeting seems a lot more spontaneous than accurately planned. I hope that
as long as I have the information, it is of little consequence. I am here to hunt the masters of the warlocks. That is why I am here. I received certain intel that there were dangerous warlocks in the city. It seems that I have found my quarry. Oh, and it is also worth knowing that there is another player in this game of yours. I don't know where they fit in, but I met this woman by the name of Alice. She has long white hair, and I believe her to be a warlock as well. And she helped me in the deduction of these warlocks. She seems to be altruistic, but I thought I'd warn you either way.
Well, where could we find her if you...
She was reluctant to say, and I don't quite blame her, considering my job is to kill people like her.
Fair.
But she seemed, how do you put it? One of sound morality on the surface, but these can always be deceptions. So, if there's nothing else.
You said you hunt warlocks, yeah?
Yes, I do, and their patrons especially.
Right, patrons. What type of patrons might there be for different types of warlocks?
We could sit here and speak for such a very long time, Master Ranger, but I could tell you, there are Fae, there are Celestials, there are fiends, there are genies, aberrants of the great domain of the abyss, the
Hags.
Hags indeed are quite commonly warlock patrons.
Like a coven of hags.
Coven of Hags would undoubtedly have many warlocks at their beck and call. Vampires, liches, a creature of enough power, many creatures of resonating enough power can make a warlock without much issue. You believe these nightmares to be the stuff of hag trickery? Well, usually I like to play it safe, but there will come a time where I will confront these tieflings and see if I can't squeeze information from them. Though they seem quite powerful, I am reluctant to do so alone.
Perhaps we can squeeze them together then.
Perhaps. Warlocks can be tricky, be very careful when approaching them without knowing exactly their power levels or how close their patron may be.
Well, for now, we can hopefully assume they've little idea we're on to them.
And I intend to keep it that way, and I would appreciate it if you did the same. I intend to stake them out and watch them and see if they meet with their patron. That'll give me some better idea of how best to dispense with them.
I imagine you'd rather do that alone, so is there a way we can meet somewhere after you do?
By all means, I have no issues with subcontracting. If you all wish to take this job under hand or provide me assistance, I will have no issues.
I look to the rest of the party. We don't all have to go. Perhaps me and Zarvog, we can help him stake out and, you know,
Eavesdrop.
I can help with that.
well,
Very good. Well, if you wish to help, there's no time like the present.
of course. I just get up, man. Fucking Easton's ready to go.
All right.
And Jewel will, I will join you. I will just make sure to take the young one home.
Oh, yes, as a child. Are you...
I'm caring for him.
Uh-huh. Very well.
I
And the kid just like looks around a little spooked.
should Ember join us as well? Warlocks. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Very well. He stands up and he'll just sort of like nod at the table and kind of move towards the door.
Jewel will take Mick home and instruct him to bar the doors and the window and not to let anybody in unless it was her.
Understood.
And like she'll do a secret knock with him and everything.
A secret knock and everything. Absolutely. Okay. So, Jewel, Easton, and Adam Volsk head out. Is there anything else that Zarvol, Yvaine, Finch, or Ember would like to speak of or achieve?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Of course, go. Tell you what, why don't you go right ahead, and we'll catch up with these guys in a minute or two.
After those folks have left, I'm giving them a solid hour to get out, at which point I will be immediately heading to the address that Estrix gave me.
Understood. Love that. I like to stir the pot as the DM. Okay, Finch, Yvaine, Zarvog, do you guys have plans?
I do.
Okay, what are you doing, Yvaine?
I am going to stop by Honors and I'm going to ask if she has any spells that would allow her to see into someone's mind or connect with them.
She thinks to her. Let me pull up her sheet real quick. And she will let you know momentarily. Oh my god. Okay, there it is. All right, let's see. She thinks to herself. Oh, I don't think she has it. She goes, no, I don't. I've been working on. Or actually, no, she wouldn't be working on it. She goes, no, I'm aware of a spell that it's called Detect Thoughts. It lets you go inside of people's brains, but I don't. It doesn't seem. It's just not something that I think would be very kind to do to people. So I just kind of didn't ever really get it, you know.
So hear me out. It's just a crazy idea. It's totally crazy.
Right.
If I think this is how it works. Like I can buy the spell, right? And then you could learn it from me buying it. Like there has to be a way you get spells. Like there's a way you can acquire a spell for gold, right?
Yeah,
So,
I usually go to Gilmore's.
Right. So I don't know how that goes, but let's say I sponsor this and you do this, and then I go to sleep. And it's pretty easy to tell when someone's having a nightmare. So once you know that things suck, you cast your spell and see if from the inside of the spell we can turn it around on this guy. Like, keep him inside of it, keep him busy, keep him occupied while others look for him. It, whatever it is.
Yeah, sure, I could do that.
Crazy?
I don't think it's that crazy. I mean, like, it's a little late, but if we could probably get there before closing time if you want to. I mean, I don't have the gold to really invest in a spell right now,
How much is
but
it? Just tell me how much it is.
uh, uh, oh God, it's a shopping episode all of a sudden. Hang on.
I saw Josh, I love you.
Oh God, that's not right. Okay, here we go. She says, 120 gold. It's a second level spell, or the second circle of power of magic.
How close am I to Ember and Finch? Like, can I like I will.
Not 150 feet. No way. Sorry.
Can we take off running in that direction?
You can, and she'll be like, "Oh God," and grab her shit and be like, oh, "What are we doing?" He goes, "Wait, babe. Let's get on my construct." She goes, "Let me take you for a ride on my construct." And you got your horse, so you that's more of a joke. You guys get on the horse, you go charging down the street. She's like, "What the fuck is going on?" And we'll catch up with that in a minute. Where are you going exactly to try and find these people?
I'm going back to the inn to try to find Finch.
Got it.
To see if they will underwrite this venture.
Got it. Speaking of which, where is Finch and Zarval going? To bed or other places?
I think I'm probably riding out
Yep.
to bed.
Fair enough. Finch?
Yeah, I'd probably go back to the temple, just knowing that that's where I'd be able to get good night's rest, and then check in with
Understood.
them and just see kind of. I think that's what probably I would have been continuously doing, like even if I wasn't serving there anymore, just like as I come back, like checking in, hearing if there's like any new tales that people have come in with, and like cross-referencing it with like the information I'm learning with the group.
Understood. It's more of the same at the Temple of Bahamut. They're like, "Man, this shit sucks. Like, it doesn't seem like the thing
blows.
solved the problem. Like, this blows, dude." It's what all the clerics are saying. Fuck. No, the keeper of the temple is telling you that, like, oh, he's like a couple of prospective squires for you that he's assigned to someone to try and you'll get to pick between a couple of individuals. He says, like, yeah, it doesn't seem the nightmares have gone away. It seems that the spirit of the Bramblewood didn't do it, but it is good that the paths to the mines are safe, so iron trade isn't going to fail in Western, which is great, and lumbering and all that. He says, but yeah, the nightmares are a big problem, and you're on the job, and he goes, well, if you're on the job, then we'll be fine, I'm sure. But it's more of the same kidnappings and tons of nightmares. Yeah. I want to pop in with Ember super quick, and then I want to head over to Jewel and Easton and figure out finish up over there. Yeah, so Ember, you go walking towards the Opal Ward. You're definitely going to go and find the address. You find this big, beautiful estate. It's in the light evening. The lights are all on inside of the estate. It's very much a gated manor. Yeah, you go to the gate. The gate guard says, "State your business."
It's Ember Van Zyl to see Lord Estrix.
Oh, yes, you're on the list, sir. Yep, right this way. And they open up the gate, these private guards, and you walk up this long, opulent cobblestone step up to the door, to which the door opens. The butler will be, a butler-like individual will be there. It's just like, Embers of Von Zyl, of course, sir. Please come into the waiting room. Refreshments will be along right away, and we will summon the master Esterosk immediately. After a short moment or two, you see Lord Esterosk in a very fine sort of like what you'd imagine like a noble wears to like some nice event, sort of like drinking with colleagues or such. And he has like he has a glass of wine in his hand. He says, Ember von Zyl, it's good to see you, my friend. Whatever could I do for you? How fares the
Um,
hunt?
Well, I'm here to speak about a hunter, actually.
I see, I see.
I
Please, you've piqued my interest.
I had the opportunity to meet a to be perfectly frank, sir, he's a warlock hunter.
A warlock hunter.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Hmm.
And he leverages the warlocks to gain information about their patrons with the intent of killing them.
Hmm.
I had a singular conversation at a table, and I made my way here after it seemed expedient to do so.
I see.
I know you and your associates are all in town. I thought that it would be expeditious to make sure that you were informed.
I deeply appreciate it, Ember. I deeply appreciate it. I have no doubt myself, and as you know, the friendly competition going on, a number of my associates would also be quite keen to learn of this information. So, you have my deepest thanks, and I will be sure to pass it along to my friends, and I'm sure we will keep ourselves abreast of the situation and quite safe. Who knows? Perhaps a simple conversation might solve the whole issue. Who's to say? But you do us great service.
And I hope that it is thusly so.
Indeed, indeed. Indeed. Perhaps. Well, I have many keen minds at my beck and call, my associates and myself. I have no doubt we will be able to either defend ourselves or at the very least, or at the very most, see that things can come to a pleasurable end for all of us. Thank you very much.
As you say, sir.
Very well.
Good night.
Good night. I deeply appreciate the word, Ember. Thank you very much. And he'll take you to the door. And he'll say, and he'll be like, "Is there anything that's? I deeply appreciate you coming and being forthright with this. Is there anything I could do to thank you?"
No, you have done more than enough as it was, sir.
You're an admirable man.
I got your very fantastic gift, and I am looking forward to its future use.
Excellent. I saw it and I knew it was for you. Perhaps a gift for your mother. Who's to say?
Thank you, sir.
All right. You have a good night now, Ember.
Enjoy
and
your
watch yourself.
I will, sir.
All right. You take care. And with that, you leave the estate. Your patron seems quite happy with you. Excellent.
I am going home.
And you going home to go get some sleep. Absolutely. Okay. Jewel and Easton. Bam. You guys find your way there with Adam Votsk as you walk along the streets. Well, you, Easton, will walk with him, and Jewel's going to meet you guys there, probably.
Yep.
And is there anything you wanted to do or say on the way there, Easton?
I just kind of getting any last minute tidbits on the brothers, where what sort of positioning does he want when we get there? Just sort of like X's and O's before we get to it.
Yep. He speaks about it and he says, And he'll speak to you on the way, and he says, "There's another thing that you should know, Easton, of us, the blood hunters, that I'm sure you've been that praise of. We come from many different orders, many different disciplines of learning, and based on our quarry, we have many different skills. I myself come from an order known as the Order of the Profane Soul. We specialize in finding creatures that can serve as patrons in a lesser sense, and we dominate them and take their power from them and use their power and their information to hunt other warlocks. This is how we of the Profane Soul operate. So I myself, as an example, have dominated and stolen the power of a succubus, and I use it to my own ends. And this is how I have learned that there are maybe warlocks in Westruun, and that is how I have found myself here in this city, is that I have extracted this information from my own, I wouldn't call her a patron anymore, I'd call her more of my, volunteer, shall we call her.
Flip the tables on them.
Exactly. Very difficult to do with fiends, and not a path I'd easily recommend. Many of us blood hunters find ourselves sucked in by contract and such. It is a dangerous path to take, but it is one necessary to hunt our common enemy, warlocks. Which is to say, Easton, you should be very careful of your friend Ember. They can be very easily manipulated and swayed by their patrons to do things that they don't know what they are doing until the very last moment. Does he seem to be on good terms with his patron?
To be honest, I've not had the need to ask. Ember is one of the more welcoming faces I've met in a long time. Nothing in my nature has told me to ask more than he's willing to tell me. I believe if he felt it important, I would know. Perhaps it's naive to say, but I am from Whitestone, and we have a more positive outlook on walks of life.
Well, you are more than a rifleman now. You are a blood hunter, and as you said before, information is the key to our prowess, the hunter's bane and such. You should be cautious of your friend. He either thinks his patron great and has not yet learned of its deceitful nature, or he has and keeps it to himself and allows it to continue. He may be stuck and bound and may not wish to speak of it, but it may lead to your own demise, so be cautious of warlocks. They can be remarkably charismatic. They need to be if they are to persuade their patron to give them more power, which is usually what they seek. That is all my advice I give to you, Easton. As a member of the Order of the Profane Soul, be wary of the warlock in your midst. They are deceptive by nature.
And yeah, that one sinks in just because the first thing Ember told Easton was about his situation with his mother. So Easton can deduce Ember's probably coming from a desperate angle. So that's another new friend. He's like, oh shit, dude, this world. And Easton will stay pretty like quiet for the rest of the way there. But before like we're done,
please.
Easton would say, I'm not afraid of this path I'm walking. In fact, I am welcoming it. And if the day and time comes I choose an order, well, it'd be one that I'd be willing to make sacrifices as long as I can keep my soul. And well, yours seems to ride the edge of what that means.
If there's ever been a blood hunter who has sold his soul, it was from my order. So I would not recommend it for someone like you who values his afterlife.
And with that, Easton will stay quiet. That's just kind of like making his terms.
Understood. You guys get there. Scout the place a bit. We don't need to go over that again, as Jewel's already, or there's already been a preliminary examination of this the place that they are staying. What's it called? What's it called? Well, so if I get ramen. Well, come on, man. What is it called? Zervo. Name is Zervo Concord. Main owner, speak about the guardsman's shield. Sorry, almost there, guys. Reading. Yes, the Daring Crystal. A sort of very upper scale place to stay. Aristocratic in wealth. Very fine people coming from all over Tal'Dorei, perhaps. Staying here, very upper echelon, to which Adam says, we better not go inside because we're going to draw attention because we don't look like we're from an aristocratic folk. And then Jewel eventually does arrive. And he says, all right, as you've said and deduced, Jewel, and as I have as well, they do not keep much in their rooms. So perhaps we may get lucky and find something in the eavesdropping of things. Yes?
Yes.
Oh.
Very well. Let us give it a shot, as it were. So, Jewel and Easton, what's your plan?
Jewel can walk right in because she's been there playing as a bard.
Yep, you go walk right. You just walk right in. Adam's like, that was daring.
Yeah, he's got a style.
I see. Huh.
I'm gonna take a more subtle blending in approach, and if there's like a lobby area or general like where people are like just hanging out, and if Jules walking in as a performer, I'd rather walk in as an audience member and sort of like Assassin's Creed blend into like a group.
Got it. He says, "You go ahead. I made a sort of public." Not public, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone recognized me from last night or from today, from where their gods were hired. So I shall wait here and make sure none escape. You may.
You can still talk to me, yes, though. And I point to my head.
That's right. I can stay in communication with you as you are inside, and I will make sure none escape your. Nothing gets in or out that I want to know about.
And with that, Easton goes in.
All right, Easton goes in. Make me a charisma-based stealth check at disadvantage, Easton. So make me. So are you proficient with stealth?
I am.
Are you okay? So make me a charisma check. Add your proficiency bonus. Make it at disadvantage, as you are dressed like not someone of an aristocratic nature. Let me put it that way. Are you wearing fine clothing?
I am, and no, I'm not. I'm wearing my like the finest thing I have is my ascot, but
got it.
I rolled an 18 plus my proficiency bonus would be 21.
At disadvantage?
Oh no, I had disadvantage. Fuck.
Yeah. It's like, Jesus, that's a good roll for disadvantage.
Big money, big money.
Oh, 16 plus 3, so 19.
That's still really fucking good. Yeah, Easton, you do a social stealth. You blend right in and you move amongst the crowd. Jewel, make me a performance check to properly bard.
18.
Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, shouldn't be too hard. No, you're good. You're good. You're just playing that sort of like, I'm just here keeping the sound nice and light in the background sort of music, and you do so expertly. Easton, you make your way amongst the crowd. What next?
My hunter's band hasn't worked before, but like I'm still gonna use it. I'm gonna do like looking around, see what the crowd's like, see what's the time right now as well.
Early evening, like the sun's gone down, probably only a couple minutes ago, probably.
But
Within the hour.
Not anywhere near sleep time, so
people are still out and drinking and enjoying the night.
Yeah, I'm gonna look around as many people as I can see, just sort of get like an overall trying to see if everyone is focusing on the show or just like see if there's anyone there that's clearly waiting for someone that like
just looking around for suspicious behavior, basically.
Yeah,
make me an insight check.
That is that's an 11.
11. Sure, a couple people here and there. I wouldn't say suspiciously, but like you see one guy and he's like waiting around, and then you see like a man comes into the bar and he goes, "Oh, hello," and he walks over and gives him a kiss, or and then you see like these two men drinking and kind of keeping an eye out, and then they see someone who they were waiting on, and nothing suspicious that makes you think like, okay, I lock onto that. Nothing of that nature, unfortunately. I will say, Jewel, with an 18, you're blending in fine for like the crowd's sake, but you are like struggling to keep up with the other musicians. They are performing with a little bit more skill than you, so like you're blending in, but like you're missing a note here and there. Whatever song they're playing is just a little bit more, and you're blending in for now, but you get the sense you got like a time limit here before you're gonna be like, okay, people are noticing, or like the head musician's gonna notice that I'm not really keeping up, and then might get kicked. Yeah, but you're good for now. So no one's suspicious, Easton, and you guys don't see the twins. They should be here or around at this time, but they're not having a drink in the room.
Can I try and like what how much of the area is accessible to me without someone saying like, "Hey, are you staying here?" Like
As long as you don't go into anywhere too private, you're good. Like there's clearly staff areas that are like for dining, like for cooking, like the cook's area and such, and maybe some back rooms, but like you can go upstairs.
I'll go upstairs.
Okay, yeah, you head upstairs. You were probably told the room that they were staying in. Jewel, would you have told Easton that information?
Oh yeah.
Okay. You make your way up there, Easton. It's a beautiful place. You have never stepped inside a building with such refinery before. And it's beautiful. And you you're wandering around. Where are you going?
I'm gonna try and go to their room. And
Okay.
since I have like since I feel like I'm acting like I belong here, I'm not woken too thought focused, but once I'm near their room, it'll be going in to try and get into the room.
Got it. So you go to the room. You're at the room. You want to see if anyone's in there?
Yeah.
Okay, make me a perception check.
22.
22 will probably do the job.
Roll that a lot.
There are people indeed in the room. You hear two individuals. They're speaking very hushed. You got 22?
Yeah.
It's very hushed, but you're able to hear it despite that. You're listening at the door and you hear like, "Real, this has gotten way out of hand. Something is perhaps we shouldn't be talking about this here. Let's just go to. I'm sick of all the subterfuge. We should just blast the fucking door open." He goes, "Not here, Viril." And you hear as the steps are getting closer to the door.
I'm gonna try and hide at the nearest, like, look around like the door lobby area and try and hide.
Make me a standard stealth check.
Oh boy, this would be the perfect 15.
The door opens, and you just like flip to the opposite wall. So if the door opens, you'd be like on the inside of the door. The door just cracks, and you see like he pokes his head out and like looks up and down the hall, but he doesn't see you. And he goes, "Okay, it's empty. Let's go." His head sort of pokes back in behind the door, and like a second later, a human man walks out. This is like basically the periphery is like, if the edge of the screen's the periphery, his head's like poked out like, okay, we're good. And then he leaves, and a second later, he walks out a human, like some human man dressed in aristocratic clothing. And out comes another one who looks like a friend, not a twin by any means, but a friend. They kind of walk out, and they just sort of like walk out of the room. and just sort of close the door behind them. You hear the door clicks as it locks. And they just walk by and they didn't notice you. But they're just sort of like walking down to the main dining
I'm
area.
gonna tail them.
All right, you tail them. Stealth check
Stealth-
applying.
Alright.
And you'll follow them. You make your way outside, following them, passing Jewel.
Can I relay to Jewel just with like hand signals? These guys are them. Like I'll be like these two horns.
Super easy, super easy. So Jewel, you see these two men walking out. You see Easton sort of following them, and kind of gives you like a it's them kind of thing, and you know what's up.
Okay. Jewel will wait till the end of the song and bow out and take her earnings, whatever tips they may be, and follow.
Lucky for you, the song is only going to be over in a couple seconds. So Easton makes his way out. Make me a stealth check, Jewel, as you want to follow along.
Oh, Jewel.
18.
18. Yeah, you're stealthy. You guys don't see Adon Vosk anywhere as you sort of exit following along. They don't go far. They just kind of go around the corner. You sense that they're just like looking for privacy. They head out and they round the corner. Their voices have changed and everything. And they go, okay, I don't think anyone's going to be hearing anything. They go, okay, so what? And then one of them begins speaking. The one who is Vril says, I'm telling you, things are getting out of hand. It was a good idea to bring him into the plot, but now it's getting out of hand. Nick says, brother, he's drawing all the attention, the nightmares, the missing children. He's doing his job excellently. What is your issue? And says, he's associated to us. If he gets found by one of these adventurers or some of these people who have been keeping their eyes on us, he's going to lead them to us, and then we're going to fail the master. He says, well, then we're just going to have to free the master before that happens, doesn't it? He says, but we don't know how to get into the fucking tower, do we? And it says, but we're figuring that out. Patience, Vril. Vril's like, okay, you're right. You're right. And he says, brother, you're losing your head. Everything's going to be fine. Let Susamarichi do his work and feed his gluttony, and we will find our way into the tower, and we'll free the master. Everything will be fine. Yeah.
I think, Adam, are you?
Oh, he's not there with you. You don't know where he went. He might be stealthed in a corner, paying attention elsewhere, but he's not with you currently.
So I'm just taking down all the information, especially the name. Susan Machini, we have a name.
Okay.
Jewel probably would have caught up by now.
Yeah, you definitely you would have heard everything. You sort of got there at the last moment. And I think with that tidbit of information and with the time, it might be the best to end the session here.
All right. Whoa. That went.
I am going to. Yeah, that was a big. I rolled a dice for it.
The last time me and Joel tried getting information. I didn't roll above a 7 last time we did this.
Jewel was ready to start acting drunk.